So we're playing Dreamlight Valley. This is my husband's actual character. Um, Natalie's his backup character. For GTA normally, and I was playing Dreamlight Valley with Natalie. Well, this is Mike, and Mike has a steering wheel from a ship, otherwise called a helm, on his shirt, and he's got two kitty cats on his Mickey Mouse ears. The black one represents Ben and Sam, and the uh grayish white one, supposed to be grayish, but I never went back and changed the color, represents Coral. All of this, from over here to way back here, is 1,000 planted carrots. We have not watered them yet. So the goal here says, there we go, harvest 4,500 vegetables. Now, I've been playing since September. I want to say my husband's been playing since September, but he hasn't done much on here. He didn't like the game very much. I love it, obviously. And I could have sworn that I've done that one, but mine's stuck at 44%. If you go in here, oh, okay, it just says 9%. But if you go in here and go down to gardening, see, it says 411 harvest vegetables out of 1,100. So we won't get to see the whole thing unfold like that, but sell 45 gems. Okay, so we won't get to see, every little bit of that 4,500, but it should be done today. So I set it up beforehand because this was a lot of digging. This was a lot of planting. I kept on having to go into the house because I don't have any food on me right now. My husband says the irony. We're planting food and I don't have any food to eat. So I had to rearrange some things on this one. You guys won't be able to tell because, oh, okay. 607 out of 600. Now we're shooting for 1,900. Anyway, you won't be able to tell because I haven't made any videos on this file. The only reason why I'm doing this because apparently if we get 3 achievements on here, my husband can get points for Microsoft rewards, and we'll be able to do the Game Pass for another month.
I could do a month. I just can't do the 3 that I wanted to do.
Or he wants to... he can do a month right now, but he wants to do the 3-month. Which makes more sense. So, if you can... if you can afford it, it's always better to do more time on your Xbox Game Pass or Live Gold because of the fact that then you won't have to buy it as often. Okay, these are something totally different. I don't remember what they are. I think they're okra. Not entirely sure. But anyway, so we're going to do this, and by the time that we're done watering, the end of the carrots, I'm sure that the beginning of the carrots will be popping up already. And then we're going to use the proceeds, that means the money that we get from selling the carrots. We're going to use that to buy more carrots, to plant more carrots, to... Ugh. Okay, we're going to use the money that we get from selling... we're going to harvest the carrots. We're going to use that money to buy more carrot seeds so we can plant more carrots, so we can harvest more carrots. And it's a whole carrot thing, but yeah, we should have this goal done by midnight tonight, I'm sure. Hopefully it won't take that long, because I would really like to be able to go on Minecraft sometime today. I don't know if I'm going to make a video of that though, because it seems like it's the most boring project in the whole entire world. Building an ocean. It's taking forever. I've literally been building this world, on different Xboxes, of course. I started out on 360, and
Gone through 2 or 3 versions of the file too.
And like 2 or 3 versions of the file. Like I used to build dirt houses where the zombies could get in, and because we didn't know how to turn them off at the time, or you couldn't turn them off, and then they did an update and you could, but I'm not sure what. Anyway, so I would only play with my niece, but I used to build, like, they were 3 high on the inside, and then there was the roof, and they were just tiny. They were like maybe 6 by 6 or something like that. Might have been bigger than that. I don't know. One of these days, I think I'm going to, I'm gonna build like a mansion, the mansion evolves video, and like show you how I got to the point of making the mansion so big. See, we're not even around the corner yet. It's gonna take forever. But the idea is to go and water these, and then water these, and then when they finally come up, he keeps running out of energy. Anyway, we're gonna harvest them. We're gonna plant more. And, the idea is to get this done 5 times. Because even though we only need 4,500, we're only at 411 vegetables. And the reason why I chose carrots is not because of the rabbits and some of the recipes, but because I've noticed that when it says use a vegetable in a recipe, and you like use corn, it doesn't come up with what you were supposed to be making. But if you use carrots, the vegetable, it makes the right, the correct recipe. So So that's why I chose this. The carrots. Besides, it was a very, make me happy childhood snack. Um, my parents say I was a weird child. I don't remember this, but I was a weird child that would take vegetables over candy. Of course, right now I would take vegetables over candy, but that's because I've got like a low tolerance for sugar now. I probably have diabetes or at least borderline. I'm not sure. And we're too poor to find out right now. But we will find out. See, that's part of the reason why I want y'all to buy my books. It's because then maybe we could go to the doctor and find out about this stuff. I'm a little worried because my mom supposedly had diabetes before she went to heaven. And then I know my grandma had it. We would always go to the Jelly Belly factory. It wasn't really within walking distance, but we'd go in, but we'd walk all the way there. I don't know if any of you know where Suisun and Fairfield, California are, but it was not a short walk. It was like maybe half an hour to an hour just to walk there. And then we'd go through the tour and get the free Jelly Bellies. I mean, it was me, my brother, and my cousins most of the time. We may have gone with my sister once, but I don't remember going there with my sister. So, anyway, when we came back, my grandma would have to remind us that, she can have Jelly Bellies, she just can't have that many. So it's like, okay. So we gave her the black ones because we don't like the black ones and she liked the black ones. But then she's like, one time she was like, I can have ones that aren't just the black ones. So we shared some of the other ones with her. And I think that's kind of funny because when you go on the Jelly Belly tour, they tell you that the jalapeno Jelly Belly is not in the 50 flavors or the 40 flavors because the flavor was messing with the other Jelly Bellies. Like you might get like a jalapeno sour apple. Which some people might have liked, but apparently they didn't like the idea of it, tasting funny. So they stopped putting it in there. But I remember we used to get the free Jelly Bellies at the end of the tour all the time. For some unfathomable reason, we went during the summer. And didn't take water with us either. But anyway, I don't remember the jalapeno ones tasting, making the other flavors taste funny. But yeah, so that is the reason why the jalapeno flavor is not in with other Jelly Bellies. A fun fact for you, the Birdie Bots, the vomit flavor, it's actually just pepperoni pizza. I used to work there, that's why I know. Um, yeah, I used to be the one cleaning the windows on the tour. And one time, this guy, I had just cleaned the window and I didn't understand it then, but I understand it now. He walks up and puts his hand right on the window that I had just cleaned. I just went and, cleaned the window again and it was all good. Ooh. Or so. Oh, so we need to go on the... I don't remember where we were. See, my husband doesn't have that bridge between the two parts of the beach available to him right now. Oh, it was right here. Okay. Yeah, I figured we needed to water it. Okay. So, we just barely opened up the Glade of Trust. And it looks so much better without that yucky mist. The dark mist that that the Glade of Trust has when you first talk to Mother Gothel. Okay, how much money do we have? Really? Okay, so we have 100, 200, 300, and 36. Well, that's not going to cover another 1,000, obviously.
Hi there, pal. Woohoo! Whoa! Yay! Whoa!
Oh.
Whoa!
Okay, so we ran out of room again.
It works for me.
They haven't come up yet? Gotta be something we can do. Or I could just pause it until they do come up. So we watered these ones first. Oh, okay. Oh, there we go. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna go and get that coconut tree that we were just at first, and then we'll go and get the carrots because they should be coming up. Oh no, I forgot. We'll toss this, I guess. Oh, I was gonna get rid of that soil. Some of it, anyway. Bring the coconut to Maui. I don't know where Maui is. Oh, Maui's in the restaurant. Okay. That'll work. Because that's over in that same area. So this wasn't going to be a, how to play tutorial or anything like that. It's just the carrots. But since we had to do this anyway, and it's, a nice little time user, you know what? Will you talk to me? Okay, there we go. Ta-da, coconuts! One of the many feats that made me a hero. Speaking of my heroism, are you a demigod too? You're a little small. No, that's Kooky Dukes. You're just a regular human who can do non-human-y things, right? Actually, I don't really care because now coconuts will grow naturally on the beach. No more planting eels. Okay, you can go. I need to think about my next heroic deed. Check with me later. He is so full of himself. Okay, now he wants me to, Scrooge wants me to decorate the Forest of Valor. Well, actually, wants Mike to do that, because this isn't me, this is Mike, but anyway. Okay. So I'm recording this because if I do this 5 times and it does not say that I harvested 4,500 vegetables, I'm going to be mad. Dang it. I'm free! I'm free! Dang it. If you've not seen that one, that's a Disney. And it's from The Hunchback of Notre Dame. This poor guy, he was like in the stocks or something like that. I haven't watched it in a while, but anyway, he's like in the stocks and something happens and yay, he's free! But then he falls down in a well or something like that. Sewer. Okay. And then, something else happened and then, you know, he's like, I'm free, dang it, you know. Anyway, it's a running gag for throughout the whole movie, and I keep remembering it, so. And at the weirdest times, too. But it's like, you know, from my childhood, I remember the commercial for Oscar Mayer hot dogs.
This reminds me, I missed it. Winnie Mobile was at Walmart the other day.
Oh, wow. My husband says the Weenie Mobile was at Walmart the other day.
I missed it too, because I was stuck inside work.
And he missed it because he was stuck inside working. But we've actually seen that going from, I can't remember the town, actually. I want to say in the Truckee area, and, you know, to this other place at the other end. You know, anyway, it's when those really flat roads and it's a car with, you know, that looks like a hot dog. It's really cool.
It's the Weenie Mobile.
Okay, I better get that. Oh, see, that's why I better get that, and I didn't. Anyway, so I annoyed both me and my husband counting this out. And even if it's not exact, even if it's like, you know, 999, like the ghosts in the Haunted Mansion, it'll be okay because if I do this 5 times, then that should take care of the 4,500. Okay, wait. That just said my inventory was full, but I was able to pick up that thing.
Because you had some of them already in your inventory.
Oh. Okay. So, I'm able to pick up 50 at a time, apparently. You know what? I'm going to sell that garlic, and I'm just going to get Remy another one. And even though this rich soil is very important to me, oh, and I'm going to sell that and that and that. Okay, so we almost have enough money for a whole batch of we almost have enough money for a whole batch of carrot seeds. So this might end up being a long video, but it'll be for a good cause. That is not the direction I wanted to go in. It works, but it's not the direction I wanted to go in. Oh yeah, and if I didn't say it already, he's got the Pirates of the Caribbean skull with the crossed swords on his backpack.
And a t-shirt.
No, he's got the steering helm on his t-shirt. He's trying to misinform you guys.
You said it the other way around earlier. Interesting.
No, I didn't.
Maybe I heard it wrong.
You heard it backwards. He's trying to convince me I said it back. I said it differently earlier. But, yeah. He's got the steering helm on his t-shirt, and he's definitely got the Pirates of the Caribbean skull on his backpack. And I'm actually hoping that they will bring out pants so you can like put little symbols all over the pants too. I've seen dresses, I've seen shirts, I've seen the backpack, the Mickey ears, sweaters, but no pants. Of course, I would also like a pair of white shoes so you can like decorate those. You know, you can make like say purple shoes and have, you know, Mickey's face on them if you want, or you can make pink shoes and have the Rose from Beauty and the Beast, you know, something. I think I need to like pay attention to how many times I get bonuses, because I'm actually trying to do this 4 times, and then I need to harvest 39 more to get the exact amount. You know what? I said I was gonna use Wally to And I didn't.
Not too late. Has to get something out of it.
Come here, Wally. Hello, Wally. Talk to me. Let's hang, dude. Okay. He probably would not understand, dude. And me saying dude all the time is a result of my cousin, Sabrina. She said it was the catchphrase of the time period, and so, okay, I started saying dude like everybody else. And there was a song that we heard on the radio. It's called A Thousand Kisses, I think. And I have not found that since. Oop, level 4. Okay, we're gonna get all the goodies. Maybe not all the goodies, because I don't necessarily want to get the rich soil right now. Okay, so obviously that is part of Rapunzel. No, I do not want to visit Mickey right now. Thank you very much. I wanted to get the carrot. And he's stuck in the doorway. Hold, please.
What's your face?
Okay, we're back. I'm saying forget Wally. He got stuck. We'll,
Mickey's house got you stuck. You had 740 out of 1100. That helps.
Okay, so we're at 740 out of 1100. We should be at 1,411 when we're done. And we will talk to Kristoff eventually. I actually wasn't planning on making another video. You know, I've literally got, I mean, until April. But, yeah, by the time y'all get to see this, unless I post it sooner, you're going to be going April. This is September or whatever. Yeah, I made a lot of videos, but I made sure that everybody could tell exactly how to make everything. I mean, do everything, make everything. I still haven't made that video where I'm gonna make every single thing in the recipe book. I will eventually, I just haven't done it yet. Yeah, it's like, you gotta feel like doing it. You know, that's why we play games, because they make us feel happy, and sometimes I just don't want to cook. I mean, normally I don't want to cook, but, you know, sometimes I just don't want to cook. It's one of the harder things on the game, I would say. Especially if you're lower level like Mike here and you don't have the ingredients.
Or the recipes, or the time.
Or the recipe, or the you know, time to play it, because my husband works in Walmart, so, you know. Um, oh, and fun fact about today, it snowed. It actually looked like it was going to be whiteout conditions for a little bit, but then it was okay. So if this is doable by just planning this 4 or 5 times, then, you know, it's the carrot thing. You know, plant 1,000 carrots that many times and you'll be good. But if it doesn't work, then I've got proof that the developers need to fix it. No, I'm not leaving that blank on purpose. I just haven't gotten to it yet.
Maybe this is a video you can send to YouTube. Maybe this is just a video we put together for our developers. If it doesn't work.
Yeah, I ran out of things to say. um, sure, there's something to say. Oh, well, I was saying about Minecraft. This is like the 6th version, or maybe the 7th, of my world. I started to build the ship, and yeah, I started to build the ship with bedrock instead of wood. Not that I didn't want it to be wood, I was going to put wood on the outside. Because my niece likes to blow things up, so does my son. And I thought, well, if I make it out of bedrock, then they can't blow it up. On computer, though, because I watch Preston Plays, on computer, apparently you can blow stuff up with lightning. I call it force lightning because, you know, you can control it yourself. It isn't just the occurrence when it's snow. I mean, not when it's snow, but when it's raining. You know, it's storming. That's what I was trying to say. You know, it's not just your when it's storming. It's you can actually do it yourself, and it was actually very, very helpful when he was using it to gut out my ocean. And he said it was much more interesting than the time that we went from Ireland to France in the ocean. We were only gutting out like maybe a 20 by a 20 wide space, but the problem is that we were going all the way over to where I had France, and that was very, very far from Ireland. Oh, I gotta go in the house. Duh, okay. Anyway, that was very, very far from where I had Ireland, so, where I have Ireland. So it literally took forever, and I'm like, please, please, please help me, and they did. There was my husband, I think my son was helping, and a couple of our Xbox friends. And, everybody knows about this project. And they don't want to touch it with a 10-foot pole because it is so boring. But, yeah. I mean, the ocean project, not the carrot project. I want to say my brother-in-law Aaron was helping too. But I know an Xbox friend was helping also.
Ducky.
So, oh, Ducky? Okay.
Ducky helped.
Ducky was helping. I couldn't remember which Xbox friend because we have so many.
Before he changed his gamer tag.
It's before he changed his gamer tag to Shendy. I believe both gamer tags had numbers in them, but I have no idea. I'm confused. Okay, so earlier, just saying, earlier, I was trying to, and that's where we got in trouble last time. But that's because, come on. There we go. Okay, so I cannot pick up either one of those without picking up Mickey's house, and I don't feel like doing that right now. So let's check on. Okay, sell vegetables. We've sold 416 out of 380. We're at 740 harvest vegetables. And we harvested oregano. Anyway, so like the first time I was just barely building the house. I wanted to build the house so badly, but I couldn't build it because it was, I was new to Minecraft. Did I ask you to plant that? No, I did not. Anyway, I was new to Minecraft, so I didn't know how to do hardly anything, but, we finally built a house. And it didn't keep the monsters out, but we eventually figured out how to take the monsters out, and then I was able to build a bigger house. So I built like the living room of the mansion, but it wasn't very big. It was like a 10 by 10 or something like that. And it's now like 46 or something like that. I don't know. It's pretty big. I just build things. I don't actually pay attention to, what what number I used. Oh. Okay, don't mess with the radio. Put that up. There you go. Anyway, but it's pretty big. And the reason why I started building it in Minecraft is because, in my head, some of the rooms, specifically the living room at one point, it's a nice, cozy, normal size for any normal family living room when it needs to be, but then, like when they're having big parties or when they're captured by pirates or something like that, the room grows huge, like like the size of a club, a dance club. And so I decided that's not good. I decided that wasn't good, so I started building it in Minecraft, and it's helping a lot. The only problem is that I can't remember where I put some of the characters. Like, there's 5 stories worth of rooms, and there's supposed to be at least 600 characters. Might have been over 600, actually. I think it was like 563 or something like that. We'll say 563. And so, my external that I was using to back up my files, and that actually it had the only copy of those files on there. So because of that, I lost something. I lost like all of those story files because the thing broke down. Apparently, if it's still there, the stuff is still on there, it just needs a new motor. And, you have to like buy a new external, and you have to buy a new external and send it to the company, and they take it to a clean room and put a new motor in there. And there's some stuff on there that I really wouldn't want somebody else looking at, but if I could get that external back, that would be so nice.
Not likely, I could lose it in storage.
Oh, is that where it is?
Yeah.
It should be here. Okay, so my husband says we're about to lose that one in storage, and that's going to suck, because that means that somebody else is going to get what's on there, and they better not try to publish my books. Although I think any resemblance between the books that are on there and the books that are, that I have now, even though they're all the same file, all the same files, I don't think that they'd be able to, like, call copyright on me for me writing it and then them trying to publish it, because the books have changed so much, So, I know, this is a very boring video, but it needs to be, because... Oh, I just realized it's raining. Yay! It's really fun to plant in the rain, because then you don't have to water it. I don't recommend planting in the rain in real life, though. Just on the game. Okay, yeah, back to Minecraft. I started out building really tiny places, maybe 4x4 or something like that. Just big enough for my character and my niece. And we were trying to build it so we could get away from the bad guys, but then we found out that they the bad guys could still come and get us and blow us up. It just was not fun back then, but we figured out how to put it in creative mode, and I have been much happier ever since. But yeah, so there's like characters that live on the second floor, and they're established that they live on the second floor. And then there's characters that live on the 3rd floor. But there's also like the bad guys. And okay, so at one point I was describing the stairs a certain way because they were supposed to be they were supposed to be like a flight of stairs and another flight of, like you go up the flight of stairs from the 1st floor to the 2nd floor, and then you're supposed to immediately turn right and be able to go up the other set of stairs. Well, in Minecraft that didn't work very well. So I ended up having to build them a little bit different. So, like, there's a whole wall before you get to that other set of stairs. So it's the same stairwell, but like the stairs are, right above each other instead of being right next to each other. Because I wanted them right next to each other because that's the way it is in the pirate movie, which is one of my favorite movies. It's from Australia. It was made in the early 1980s. I want to say 82. And I just love it. I've literally been watching that like all my life since it came out. Since we got a copy of it. And but that's the reason why I wanted the stairs like that. Well, like I said, Minecraft goes and makes you have to change your mind. So now there's parts of my story that aren't quite making sense. But I'll sort it out eventually. Like, right now, I decided that 2 of the characters are older than Sean and Jesse. So, since they were older than Sean and Jesse, they should get married first. Well, then I was like, okay, when should they get married? And I decided they need to get married in Australia in Heartset, I want to say. If not Heartset, definitely Sweet Revenge. And those are 2 books that will be coming up eventually. They go after the Trader series. The Trader series is, I want to say, 6 books long. And then this continues on from that. I mean, it's the direct next book, but I call that part of the series the Trader series because, it's the ones that focus on Sean and Ashley getting together as a married couple.
All their characters get married after the Trader series, but before Sean and Ashley. You just contradicted yourself.
You know what? He's got a point there. I just contradicted myself. Okay, maybe they got married in, Oh, I think that's what it is. Okay. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. Okay, so they've got Esperanza's party, and then the island, and I want to say after the island they went to Australia and got married then, or possibly in one of the next 2 books, Lessons in Love or Test in Love. I don't know. I probably told you about it before, but I don't know right now. So the reason why that one over there is still green and then there's a carrot sticking out one beyond everything else is because I accidentally put a zucchini or okra or something. Okay, so that's a Monsters Inc. picture. That's Randall. Most are Randall. No, I don't want that right now. Okay. Anyway, I accidentally put something different right here, and I don't know when it's going to come up. But as soon as it does come up, then I can go and put those back where they belong. I mean, I can make that one grass again instead of, and I can make the one where the wrong vegetables there. Because I don't know if it's going to come up that way or not. What's that? Oh, it's a train. Okay. Well, for a moment there, it looked like a gondola. And I didn't think you had gondolas on there.
No.
So my husband's playing Farm Sim. Sometimes I look over and I'm like, what is that? So I'm seriously hoping that this will be a "this is how you do it" video instead of a "grr, it still didn't do it" video. But anyway, I decided that Jonah and Caitlin needed to get married, and Jonah's twin sister, Natalie, needed to marry Romeo. Yes, I named him Romeo. There's other people named Romeo besides Romeo and Juliet. So, the idea though was that, you know, in one of my books, in one of my books, Romeo and Natalie are going out on a date, I think, or they're going to the back to school dance at the college or something like that. I think they're just going on a date. But anyway, Natalie's mom, Michelle, goes, I went all over the world over the summer and I never met a boy named Romeo. So I wanted to make sure that Natalie met a boy named Romeo. Oh, see? They're coming up already. Wow.
In mass quantity.
What?
In mass quantity.
Oh, my husband said in mass quantity. So, okay. Oh, and you'll see that Minnie is walking around as a ghostly figure. It's kind of freaky, but yeah, I kind of wish it would stop raining so we could go and I still don't, I'll put that in the house. Anyway, Minnie is a ghostly figure because she's not here and she's not there. If that makes any sense to anybody. They call it being in the here and there or something like that. Anyway, and so Mickey wants her back, of course, but he can't have her back yet. We're still working on that. So the Microsoft Rewards is offering, if you get 3 achievements in this game, that, or is it any Game Pass game?
No, it's specific games, and this was on the list.
Okay, so there's a list of specific games, and this was on the list. But if you get 3 achievements on one of the games, then you'll get points and apparently it'll put my husband over the top so he can get
No,
the 3-month card.
Not over the top, just put a lot closer.
Oh, no, just a lot closer. Okay. I was understanding wrong, but still. Okay. So, I guess I really shouldn't have planted those right away, but so far it's okay. He's driving me nuts. I start him going off in a specific direction, and he goes and walks the other way. Of course, you've seen Natalie does that too, and so does Pirate. See, I figured I would go and put my gamer tag on there. That's why her name's Pirate. Because it was either that or Morgan, because that's the captain of the ship. I didn't want to put my name. I don't really like my name, but at least it's better than what it could have been. If my dad would have gotten his way, I would have been Candy. And I'm glad he didn't, because Candy is just the weirdest name. So, that's Beast up there. Well, most of his head. And that is Belle's shoulder. And torso. Upper torso. No. I could pick that up later. So, seriously though, my hope for Dreamlight Valley is that we get Rapunzel and Flynn Rider and Belle. Not necessarily in that order. I mean, we've already got Mother Gothel. They have pictures of Rapunzel, that we're getting.
I want Maleficent and Madame Mim.
And my husband wants Maleficent and Madame Mim.
It seems to be a villain-based game.
Maleficent is from Sleeping Beauty, in case you don't remember. And Madame Mim is from Sword in the Stone. Cruella de Vil, since this seems to be a primarily villains game, Cruella de Vil would be a good character to have too.
She's not magic ones. Notice they're mostly stuck to magical villains.
Yeah, true.
Except for Scar.
Well, Scar's got the magic of being horrible. Okay, so that is part of the Circle of Life scene. Oh, you can't tell anyway. It's all washed out. Dang it. That is also part of the Circle of Life. We just got the... I want to say that's a hippo and a elephant and maybe some wildebeests.
Gazelle or wildebeest or something.
I haven't watched that movie in a while. So if I totally got that wrong, I'm sorry. See, I spend most of my time playing Minecraft so I can get my story world squared away and figured out and all that stuff. Um, or I play Dreamlight Valley. Um, well, I play a whole bunch of games. Yeah, sometimes I play GTA. Like, I'm not sure when it's coming out, but eventually, because I just posted it yesterday, I should really know. It might not have been posted yesterday, but I think it was. Anyway, sometime this month. But I posted our Valentine's date. Now, I really should have put that out on February 14th, but we were still recording it at the time. So then I should have put it out on February 15th. But I don't think I did. So it may be coming up soon.
Put it out on Easter.
My husband's saying put it out on Easter. I don't think it's an Easter video, but anyway, my husband and I had a video game date on GTA. And except for the cop fight at the end, it was a nice, normal date, We went to the movies, we went out to eat, we went to the beach, we rode a roller coaster, I think. Okay, he confirmed it. We won the roller coaster. We took a drive around around the whole map, I think. And then, because we always do, we ended it in a cop fight. And I thought that was really funny because my husband, the seasoned professional, the guy who's been playing since, the first since the first GTA came out, and I can't believe his mom let him play that.
She didn't have a clue.
But he died first. And I actually did die this time. Kind of sucked, but I did. But I died much later than he did. That should be coming out soon. Because I think I'm going to, depending on how this turns out, I think I'm going to post this like as a third video on the nearest Sunday from here. Oh, a week from today. Dang it. Because it has to come out on Sunday, because that's when Dreamlight Valley comes out. It's on a Sunday. So depending on whether this works or not, depending on whether this works or not, this will be coming out on Sunday. I keep getting to the end of that row and not putting in that last caret, because it's not 1,000 without that last caret. And the only reason why I'm having to put it here is because that vegetable's in the way. Okay, and then we're going to harvest that on the left of Mike. And then we'll harvest on the right of Mike. Well, after we water stuff. Because we're going to have to go get more seeds.
Probably more energy, but
And my husband's saying that we'll probably have to get more energy. He's right. Because this character does not have that much energy. Okay, you're supposed to keep going. Okay, that's why. And I don't want to water the stuff that we just planted because then I'm not going to know where we need to go from. Because I want to make sure that I've got the whole 1,000 done. Okay, we are going to sell this. We ought to take that fish and take it into the house. Or just sell it. Yeah, let's just sell it. Okay. Now, okay. Sell vegetables. 1,000 vegetables out of 670. Plant vegetables. 2,400 out of 2,000. And harvest vegetables 1,200 out of 1,100. Now we're trying to get 2,000. Okay, so maybe this will help. I can't remember what the ultimate goal is, so we'll have to work on that. Oh, we still got more that we can... Didn't I? Oh, I just sold them. I didn't buy any. That would help, huh?
Right. You call him goofy.
Alright. That's 1. That's 2. 3. 4. 5. 6. 7. 8. 9. 10. And we'll come back and get more if we need. No, we'll get one more. Okay. Now we'll come back if we need it. Or when we need it. Oh boy, I got great neighbors, Donald says. Okay, you'll notice that says we have 1,080. So there's one part in one of my books where Ashley is pregnant, but she's got a stomach ache. well, I mean, not a stomach ache, but like a pain in her stomach area. Well, it turns out that she's got a cyst on her ovary because this situation actually happened to me. She's got a cyst on her ovary, so that's why the pain. Well, it's collapsing already, and that's also what happened to me. Um, so I had a cyst on my ovary, and so I wrote that into the story because I thought what the doctor said was very rude because he explained to me that, a lot of mothers lose their baby in the first 3 trimesters or something like that. I mean, that, not the first 3, sorry, the first trimester, and, I should just deal with it. I don't know that he said it exactly that way, but that's the way it sounded to me. So, then he goes in and explains to my husband, what he said to me. I mean, what I just said, he actually said to my husband. He said something, he just told me the part about he told me that, a lot of women lose their child in the first trimester. Well, he said it more eloquently to my husband to where it didn't sound so rude. And yeah, I just didn't like the way he said it. So I wrote that into my book. So maybe he would read it and I could, tell him to be a little nicer next time without yelling in his face. Because I really did not like what he said and the way he said it. And I mean, that was 15 years ago. I'm still mad about it.
Almost 16 now?
Yeah, it's almost 16. Ooh, it'll be 16 in 2 days. Okay, so my son Luke was born on March 7th. And he was born at 10:59 p.m. It was a snowy day. I mean, okay, so I'm 5'1.5". Might be 5 foot now, but I think I'm still 5'1.5". Because some people shrink when they get older. But anyway, I'm not that tall. So when we were walking in the snow, it was like 4 feet. I might be exaggerating. Might have only been 3 feet. But anyway, it was really freaking high on the sidewalk.
What sidewalk?
Yeah, my husband's going, what sidewalk? Because there was that much snow. Apparently that year they didn't care about anybody walking on the sidewalk. So anyway, we had ridden the bus to go grocery shopping and, toilet paper and paper towel shopping. And all of a sudden I realized I'm peeing my pants, and I don't usually do that. Not really bad or anything, just, a little bit. Little driplets. And I'm like, that's not normal. So let's go get checked out, because I'm pregnant. I'm 9 months. He was supposed to be a scheduled C-section on March 23rd. And, of course, he had other ideas. So, he was trying to come on Valentine's Day, which would have been way too early. But then, he decided, I'm going to come on the 7th. So that was good, And that's how I found out that my grandma's birthday was the 6th. I never knew when my grandma's birthday was. My grandma Kane. I never knew when her birthday was. And it was on the 6th. So yeah. Luke was born on a snowy Wednesday. A snowy Wednesday at 10:59 p.m. And my daughter Ashley, she's older. She's the oldest. She was born at 12:47 p.m. on a rainy Sunday. So I get a big kick that my kids were born on church days, and and both days that people normally think are inclement weather, but I love the snow as long as I don't have to be out in it. Watching it from the window, that's good. Taking videos of it, that's good. I mean, I like playing in the snow, but I don't like slipping on the ice. So it's not that I don't like the snow. I really do like it. It's too cold and there's ice. So I have to be careful just doing my laundry because the melted snow comes off the roof right onto our porch. No fun. I've almost fallen. And I really keep thinking about that commercial. This is not the time to be wondering, are my bones strong? Especially since I'm trying to go back to work so we can, pay the bills and eat too. And I mean, pay all the bills, not just most of them. But, so far, Rayleigh's was literally looking at his watch every 5 seconds. Office Depot wanted me until I opened up my big mouth and told them why I wasn't working at Walmart anymore. Which I don't think that would be such a bad deal. Oh, that was a carrot. That's why. Okay. Anyway, it's not such a bad deal. It's just you gotta understand that I'm actually telling the truth when I say it the way I say it. I'm not being, disgruntled employee kind of thing. But nobody understands that. It seems to understand that yet. And, if I went back to Walmart, I'd have to convince the computer to let me put in an application. Because every time I've tried so far, it keeps saying this page isn't working right now. The way it actually says it, not the way that I just said it, but yeah. Okay. Oh my goodness. Okay. So we've almost pulled up 1,000. I made sure that this was 1,000. Anyway, we've almost pulled up 1,000 carrots, and we might be at 1,000 carrots with all these bonuses. I don't know. You get bonuses, and then you lose track of where you were. So we'll check on that it said that we needed to pull up 2,000 vegetables. We'll check on that in a little bit here. I want to get all these carrots up first. And get this orb. Okay, it was just a coin, but coins are our friend right now because they're helping us buy carrots. And the more carrots we can buy, the better. I almost wish there was some warning that it was going to do that before it does it. Okay, now let's get these. And remember, the goal is 4,500. Which I think is a little ridiculous, but it's doable. Ah, inventory's full again. Okay. Oh, well, of course the inventory's full. So we just got 6,600 from just 150 carrots. And we've got 3 sections available. Okay, so while we're at a stopping point, let's check it. So sell vegetables. No, that's not where we're working. Okay, right here. This is the one that we need to finish. Um, two, well, 2,500. Plant 2,500. Plant 4,500 vegetables. So if we can do that, then we'll get it. And I think that harvest vegetables is going to go up to that 4,500 right there too. So, yeah. This is totally doable. Unless it... Oh, okay. So I saw his beard wrong, and it looked like he had chocolate coming out of his mouth or something. And I'm like, that's weird. So I'm used to, obviously, Natalie and Pirate and I'm used to playing with Natalie and Pirate, and watching this guy is a little weird for me. And I tried to, come up for his outfit. I tried to come up with, like manly things instead of the girly things that I would normally put on Natalie and Pirate. So, so this is planting the second 1,000. And as soon as we can water it again, or it starts raining, when those two, we should be able to start getting the carrots And hopefully when the first set of, the second set of carrots is, this set right here. When it's done being pulled up, maybe the other stuff will start. You know what? Pressing B is not going to get him out that door.
Slightly.
But you know me, I pressed all the wrong buttons and... not all the time, but a lot. Okay, so... This is going to be a little weird because if I go and put this on Sunday like I want to do, assuming this works, if I go and do that, then you won't have seen how to play the whole entire game start to finish yet, because it won't have been posted yet. There's a lot posted, but I'm still working on the videos from December, posting them. We're actually getting into, I think the next video that's going to be coming out in June or July. Sorry about that. Will be the January videos from 2023. And then hopefully I can start making an actual video of this is how you make this and this is how you make that with the recipes, so it'll help people a lot better. Because there's tutorial looking things, and they say this is the pieces of the recipe, but sometimes you need a visual. Hey, harvest 6 different fruits. Cool. And that's kind of sad because 3 cocoa beans filled up the bar. Usually it takes like 5 on the other 2 characters. Or at least on Pirate. Okay. Oh, and during that GTA date, he took me around in a limo. So I thought that was really cool.
Dang well can't do in real life.
Yeah, we definitely cannot do that in real life because we're just not that rich. It'd be nice, but, I rode in a limo. I believe my grandpa had passed away, and we were, riding it from the cemetery to wherever we were going. And I'm like, this is like a car. So basically, I wasn't impressed. It was just a car, just a really big car, but it was just a car. So I wasn't really impressed, but it was neat. So I can say I've ridden in a limo, it was one one of those things where my dad didn't understand why I wanted to ride in a limo, but it's like, I've never ridden in one before, and everybody says it's so cool. And, you know, like I said, I wasn't impressed, but at least I can say I rode in a limo. I've never been to a concert, but I've actually seen Carrie Underwood sing in person. She, I kind of feel like we were bad luck for her. Oh, 6 out of 5 lemons harvested. I kind of feel like we were bad luck for her because she was doing the summer concert at Harvey's, and I don't know what happened to her, but
Just did an ankle,
she like,
wasn't
no, she broke it. Um, she somehow fell off the stage uh before the concert, I think. And and she broke her like ankle. But my sister said that she still, did the concert. She was just like sitting on a stool or something. But she was singing a song that I've never heard in my life. I'm not saying I've heard all of her songs, but she was singing a song that I've never heard in my life. And I don't know if I was supposed to, but I recorded her singing. And, it was weird because we like walked up to the building. We were,
not for
you know,
distribution.
it was summer, so, me and my sister were walking my niece around. You know, she's hyper, so or at least she was when she was younger. Anyway, and we're walking around with her, and in Tahoe, and so all of a sudden we hear singing, and we're like, "Whoa, that sounds like Carrie Underwood," and then we found out it was Carrie Underwood. So we went over there, and I recorded her with my tablet, and
Not for distribution, so don't ask.
I'm not distributing it. But I had her um on my Facebook at the time, and she was saying something about she didn't think she sounded very good that night, or I mean that afternoon. And I messaged her. I don't know if she actually saw it, and I hope she did, but I told her she sounded fine. I liked the way she sounded. And anyway, I kind of feel like we were bad luck for her because we showed up and then all of a sudden she breaks her leg. We had nothing to do with it, but I mean, literally, we were just walking around Tahoe. That was the same time that the golf tournament, the celebrity golf, was going on. And we were hoping to see a celebrity, but we never did. See, I don't like driving in the snow either. But, when it's summer, it's like, yeah, let's go to the lake. We'll go get wet. Although that's snow water, so it's like freezing. But it feels so nice because, you're so hot because it's summer and, it's snow water, so. But it's kind of weird because it's got like, little pebble rocks, and you really ought to wear water shoes in the lake. Okay, why? Okay, so And it was really weird because one of the last times we were there was like literally people out in the middle of the lake because it was that low. It was not good. Okay, so we've now done 1,000 carrots. We've done 72 blueberries out of 70. And we've watered 1,900 dried vegetables. Okay, so we're still working on planting the 4,500. We're at 2,700 right now. So I think before we started this today that maybe he had some that he had planted before. Although I think he was only on here for like a day before. Okay, so
4 or 5 things at a time. Whatever I got for freebies.
okay, so I'm not gonna water him, but I'm gonna plant him. So the ones I'm planting right now are the 3,000 marker. And as soon as I'm done getting whatever I can get over here done, I will check the Xbox and see. Ay.
Yeah, that worked well.
And see what it says. Oh, okay, I don't need that. It's not important. Okay. You know, sometimes you gotta check on the Xbox, make sure it's calculating things right. Because mine, literally, I've been playing since the first day that they said you could play in September. And could have been the end of August, but I think that's why I downloaded it. But anyway, the first day that they said we could play is the day that I've been playing since, and you would think that I would have done 4,500 vegetables no matter what they were, but I think it's only counting the carrots, which is why I'm doing 4,500 carrots. Yes, I will talk to you eventually. Hopefully off camera. See, I was playing this off camera, but then I got to this point and I'm like, this has got to be recorded just in case it doesn't do what it's supposed to do. Oh. Okay, so that's a plant. My eyes aren't that great, apparently, because I was thinking it looked like a very brown Woody. And he doesn't have Woody, so that doesn't make any sense. Okay, so let's check the Xbox. No, wait. First of all, let's save. And if you press the right button, the correct buttons, it'll help. Okay, so there we go. Now, now we're gonna check the Xbox, see what it says. Okay. Okay, so it says that we've got 24%. I think if we're at 2,000, that we should be at 50%. But we're not all done pulling, pulling the um, carrots out, so that kind of makes sense. Oh, I forgot about that orb. Oops. Okay, so yeah, I'm right. Those carrots over there are starting to pop up. Well, if I can get him to not go off into left field and do the next row.
Put this stuff off to the side. Or is it not disappear like it used to?
What?
Stuff flying off to the side.
Yeah, it's that stuff over there, the rich soil, and I don't want it right now.
Oh.
Because it's taking up space. Ooh, ooh, ooh. I don't know if I needed all 6 of those, but I ate them anyway. Oh, let's do the orb thing. Okay, we got a mysterious window looking thing. In what? Oh, in Ratatouille. Maybe that's a wall in the attic. I haven't seen that movie, remember, so I don't know. Really? So I set him up to go and do the row to his left, and he goes down the middle.
Typical.
Oh, but at least he's picking up his mess. Okay. That's gonna be fun when I go to plant. Okay, so we started out the day with 441. I mean, sorry, wrong number. 411. We started out the day with 411, and we picked up 1,000 carrots, and now we're picking up a second 1,000. Except for we can't because we just ran out of room. Okay, obviously Wally. And one of these days when I watch that movie, I'm hoping that Eve is not the bad guy like I think she is. See, I was watching bits and pieces while my father-in-law was watching it at the top of the TV's lungs. So, I wasn't really paying attention. I was either watching YouTube videos of my own or I was editing a story. Um, I don't know which. Anyway, I don't know which, but the TV was really super loud, and I was only getting bits and pieces of it. So, because like I said, I was listening to something else because I didn't want to watch it. I wasn't interested in it, but now I do, only because he's on the game and I want to find out if Eve's a bad guy or if I'm giving her a bum rap, you know? I don't know. I think it's the way she's animated. She kind of looked like she was working for the bad guy. And I personally remember, I don't know if anybody else does, but I remember an episode of Smurfs where, like, Gargamel made Smurfette. Or maybe he made an evil Smurfette. I'm not sure. But anyway, I've been thinking about that lately, and, just a little bit. And wondering, is that what I really saw? Because I remember I went back and watched Kim Possible, and the episode that I thought where, I thought that I like just watched the tail end of it or something like that. And there's an episode where it looked like Draken had made Shigo in his lab. So I don't know if I saw that either, but I like watched that episode again and it didn't seem like it, but I don't know. I know he made the evil BBs. There was like some other show where, the character made the person. I don't remember what it was though. Oh, and if you get a chance to watch it, the movie Pixel Perfect is pretty good too. It's a Disney. One of the made for TV movies. Like, I'll think of it. Like Luck of the Irish, like, Quince, 13th Year, Mom's Got a Date with a Vampire. Which just, I start laughing because, I saw the guy who plays the vampire, because I don't know his real name, but I saw him as Mr. Sheffield on The Nanny first, and he's like, this proper British person, and then he's like playing a vampire. It's like, not, you know, not what I expected. Not necessarily good, but not necessarily bad. He played the part well. It's just I'm expecting him to be this, proper British person, and oh yeah, and then if you remember the movies, Revenge of the Nerds, uh, the I can't remember his name right now. Anyway, he's one of the nerds. He's the main character nerd. Um, anyway, he's played by Robert Carradine. who also plays Lizzie's dad on the Lizzie McGuire movie and the TV show. Anyway, he's the one that's playing Van Helsing. So it's like, okay, I get that it's a Disney, but it's really weird that you're having comedy actors play these parts. But I didn't really think of Mr. Sheffield as a comedy actor. I don't know. I don't know why. It just. Oh, ew. I know you probably didn't see that number, but it just said 666. I don't like that number. I was always told growing up the 666 is Satan's number, and I don't like that, so.
Hi, may I?
No, you may not at the moment. Eventually. You know, it's really weird though. If this carrot trick works, then
He's so tired of carrots, it's not even funny.
if this carrot trick works, we're not gonna have carrots coming out of our ears, but I mean we will eventually because I'm only supposed to get 4,500, and I'm probably gonna do this 2 more times. So. And I'm sorry again that this video is so long, but if it doesn't work, I need evidence. But if it doesn't work, then I'll probably make another video where it's all lettuce and see if that works. But it'll be set up ready to go, and just like last time. Although lettuce pops up so fast that literally I will be, like doing this. I will have just watered this row and be doing this row, and this row will be popping up. So that will go a lot faster. Except for that, he still doesn't have any energy. He's only like level 12 or something like that. Did I ask you to change directions? No, I did not. I asked you to go this way. I'm sorry, I am rude to my character sometimes. Of course, I do things that drive me crazy, so. Okay, let's do these 3. See, the thing is, if I can get 3 of the achievements done, then he can get the points and we'll be closer to getting a 3-month card. And then we'll have it for 3 months and be stress free for that time. What I want to do, except for that I need Game Pass for Dreamlight Valley and a few others, what I want to do is make sure that I have the 2-year card that Costco has out at
6-month card, not 2 years.
not the Game Pass, the Gold. Because I can play most of my games and with people if I have the 2-year card. Except for then I have to go and buy a Game Pass card to go with it anyway, so I don't know. Okay. Put them in here. Let it do this thing. Come back out again. Ugh. This is the hard part. If I had a way to speed this up so you don't have to see every little thing, I would.
Figure out your video editing software and make a time lapse.
I don't know how to do that.
That's why I said figure out your software first.
Okay, my husband says I could do time-lapse photography. Or videography, I guess. But I don't know how to use it. I know how to record. I just don't know how to do this. Okay, so I mean, I don't know how to do the time lapse. Okay, we're almost done with the row. And he runs out of energy. We're probably lucky that he made it that long. Okay, so where to go? Right here. And then we're going to double check that we got every little space. He's really driving me nuts with that. Pirate does that too, and so does Natalie, so I guess it's a game thing. Like, the game gets confused or something. Okay, so as far as I can tell, yeah, okay. Okay. Yeah. And then we're going to start back here and grab the rest of the 2,000. I mean, the 1,000. Oh, I guess we better pick it up. Okay. Now we'll pick up the rest of the 1,000 that we were trying to pick up. Hi, Moana. But we're going to stop real quick because one cat is trying to kill the other cat. Be back. Okay.
Did you get back to recording?
Yeah. Okay. Oh, Oh, I think I was missing one over here. Hopefully that's because I pulled it up already. But like I said, we're going to have extra pieces, so it'll be okay. Or maybe we won't need the extra pieces. That was weird. And look what Dopey's doing.
Oh, Dopey's not in there yet.
Oh, yeah. I would also like the Seven Dwarfs. So, I personally think that in the Vitalist Mines, there's evidence that that Seven Dwarfs were there at some point in time. Because there's mine carts and there's crates of tuna. At least that's what I think it is. You know, canned food. There's pickaxes. There's a note from somebody who was making root beer. Sorry, there may be a spoiler alert there. But, yeah, so it just looks like they're... Oh, yeah, and there's foggy spots where, like, the wood caved in. And there could be somebody trapped back there. So I'm thinking that maybe when we get the Wreck-It Ralph characters, that maybe... Okay. Okay, so, yeah. Okay, so we harvested 2,000. If we can get this, it should, on the Xbox side, say that we're all good.
That is included nicely.
But, as seen on my videos of Natalie and I, that didn't happen. I've got everything done. A random spot where there's no carrot. What? Well, anyway. Anyway, I've got literally everything done. I just fed the last crocodile I'm ever going to feed, unless it says feed the crocodiles, as a Dreamlight duty, because I hate feeding the crocodiles. I may continue to feed all of the animals just because I feel like they're my pets now. But yeah, I hate feeding the crocodiles. They're so hard to feed. I mean, today I got within, basically an inch of the crocodile and he ran off. And that was after we had played the crocodile ducks his head and you walk forward, and crocodile ducks his head and you walk forward. Yeah. We'd been doing that. Ben, please turn around. Thank you. Okay. He turned around. Before that, I wasn't seeing the best side of him. Ugh. So, does it tell you that people are online if you appear offline?
Yes.
Dang it.
They're on my favorite friends list.
Okay.
People I played with in my life. Lifestyle or whatever else happened. So it tells me when they're online so I can play with them again.
Okay, so really? So Ben was just fighting with his brother upstairs. I don't know who won. I don't know who instigated it. But
Sam says Ben did it.
But my point is that Ben came all the way down here just to take a bath right in my ear. You know, the cat bath thing. And Sam is sitting on me. So this was excruciating to go and put all of those planting spots in, but we got it done. And I really don't know what's up with it going silent all of a sudden. But it's been doing that lately. It's a little weird.
Continue save. Got out of energy.
It's like, I know it saved 19 seconds ago, but I don't really trust that. Okay, where were we? I don't know. Okay, I don't know why he keeps doing that, but this is at least the 5th time that he skipped over the one that I had him standing on and went and did the one in front of it. And there goes Minnie again. Oh, you probably can't see. But if you did, awesome. Alright, so we're gonna go back and plant this one since Doofus doesn't want to do it. And just so everyone knows, I will be going and clearing everything that I dropped. Or, I mean, didn't bother to pick up. Like that. Wow. Got 3 pieces in one day.
Of the same puzzle.
On the same puzzle, yeah. course, earlier when I was playing, I was playing Dreamlight, and we had just gotten Mother Gothel, and I thought the thing was messing up because I forgot how it was after you get Mother Gothel. I thought it was messing up, and then I'm like, oh yeah, because apparently she was messing with magic, and it got away from her. And so that created the mist that was all over. It wasn't really mist. It was like a not Dreamlight, the other one. You know, it was like a fog that the bad guys would have made. And dang, I didn't think this was going to take 2 hours. Over 2 hours. Okay, now would you go this way? Oh, and since I'm talking about anything and everything, fun fact for you. Down the street, I guess you would call it, from Pirates of the Caribbean is it used to be a nice stairway. I don't know if it still is. I think it is though. Anyway, and you go up the stairway, and the building on the other side of the wall from the balcony that you end up on used to be an art gallery at Disneyland. And now apparently it's a restaurant. But it's like, you know, very exclusive hush hush kind of restaurant, and really super expensive. And, you know, weird stuff that pops into my head while I'm playing video games. But, so I watched Provost Park Pass. It's PROVST. I'm always giving them a shout out because I really love their videos. Some of the stuff that they're saying that Disney's doing I don't like very much. Like their new roller coaster or ride. It looks more like a ride. Their new ride, Mickey's Runaway Railway or something like that. It is not like open to everyone. You have to pay extra for it. And I don't like that idea. And you have to make reservations to get in line. You can't just get in line and ride it. And I really don't like that. I mean, I understand that the reservations were important during the pandemic because you didn't want to have too many people in the same space at the same time because, you know, people would get sick, and some of the people that were getting sick were dying, and, you know, that wasn't good, so you wanted to prevent that from happening. But they're, you know, reservations are not important now. But they got reservations for everything. You have to make reservations to eat. You have to make reservations to go on rides. Some rides, not all of them. But, it seems to be taking the fun out of it. So it's like I want to go, but then on the other hand, I don't. Oh, I didn't know there was an orb back here. Doesn't matter, I can get back there.
That's why it's still back there.
Maybe that's why it's still back there.
That's what I just said.
My husband said that's why it's back there, but that's not actually the reason, but it works because I can't get back there. Oh wait, so where was I? Besides rambling on about stuff that I don't like about Disneyland right now. So the thing is that, one of the things that Disney is doing right now is charging twice as much for the same service that they had before. And if you want you can pay the same $7.99 that you always have for their streaming service.
With commercials.
But you'll have commercials. So it's like watching regular TV. And that's not good. And then you can pay, or you can pay $14.99 and get the same service, no changes at all whatsoever, but there's no commercials. So I don't like the idea of having to pay twice as much for something that we weren't paying that much for before. They don't seem to be thinking about the poor people at all.
Just the ones that can spend $1 million a plate.
So anyway, oh, and that really expensive restaurant was like $15,000 a plate. If I didn't say that, ridiculous. But they said the food was good. Looked like that grown-up-y food that you might see in a movie and don't want to actually eat. But the cool thing was that, if you have a food allergy or a food preference, then they're willing to work with you. Because, okay, so Provost Park Pass is Chris and Amanda. They're married, and, so Amanda is apparently a vegetarian, and she doesn't eat meat, and one of the menu items was meat. So she asked for a vegetable-based thing, and they gave it to her. They made it special. So, or it was probably on the menu, but, anyway. But, I thought that was really cool. And, yeah, that's on, their channel. It was, like, last week before that's video. Okay, if it doesn't say 50%, or at least the 44%, when we're done with this row, I'm going to be a little mad. Okay, what we're planting is the 3,000 set. And then we just gotta pull it up and plant one more. Which we're probably gonna have to do. We're probably gonna have to go over to Goofy Stall and sell some. How? Harvest 5 different vegetables. Really? Okay. I've been harvesting the same vegetable way over 5 times. He's such a doofus. Oh, excuse me. Sorry. Oh, okay. Oh, and we got 3 okra in there too. Oh. Well, we better take the okra to the house. Real quick.
Don't forget, I'm here to help.
Okay, so I'm going to take the okra and put it there, and that there, and that there, and that there, and that there. Oh, and that there. There we go. That way I can pick up more carrots. Oh, and I noticed yesterday, I want to say, that the mannequins look different if you have a boy character versus a girl character. Because the girl character, you get girl mannequins. Well, with the boy character, you get boy mannequins.
And dresses.
But you still get dresses.
Skirts.
And skirts. Probably high heels.
So it's the point of playing as a boy character.
Oh, and we're playing on Xbox, by the way. I've got a... What do I got?
You got Series S.
I got Xbox Series S. Keep on wanting to say I have a 1S, but that was somebody else in the family.
No, that was us previously.
Oh, that was us previously. And I think that's what my sister has.
No, she got the 1X.
Huh? What's the difference?
She's got a 1X. It's a fancier version of the Xbox One.
Okay, so my sister's got a fancier version of Xbox One called a 1X. I didn't actually know that. Either way, I got a pretty good Xbox. I like it. Kind of not liking my controller though, because it doesn't seem to want to charge anymore. When it does, it lets me play for a few hours and then I have to go and charge it again. Didn't used to be like that.
Battery's getting old. They do that every now and again.
Yeah, but it's only a year old. So, my husband says the battery's getting old, which is probably true. I don't know about batteries. I'm one of those girls that, if it was a car, I can drive them, but I cannot fix them. I don't like putting gas in the car either. Not that I don't like it to be gassed up. I just don't like putting the gas in myself. Especially since one time my brother was graduating from high school. And I don't know how, but the gas was not actually... I mean, the gas nozzle was not actually in the car, so I was pouring it on my shoes, and I didn't realize it. But, yeah, I think it was, like, leaking out of something, and the guy wouldn't give me a refund or anything. He wouldn't even fix it. He didn't care that it was broken. Yeah. So if this works, though, I will definitely post this video. If it doesn't, I will probably post this video anyway. And, you know, put the words epic fail in the title.
And send a copy to the developers.
And I will definitely be sending a copy to the developers because they need to fix it if it's broken. But I gotta do this first. So what we're planting right now is the 3,000. I mean the third 1,000. I shouldn't say the 3,000. The third 1,000. So we just need to do this and one more set, and you know, we probably ought to talk to poor Christoph. He's walked up to me like 3 times now. And then I totally ignore him and
Not much of a friend, are you?
okay. Fine, Christoph. What?
Hello.
Oh, hey, Mike. Do you have a minute? Always for my friends. Thanks. Glad you think of me as a friend, because this is a little odd. So, while Donald was on the other side of that dark portal, I was living in the woods for a pretty long time. Were you okay out there? Oh, yeah, sure. I know how to live in the forest. I can find everything I need, food and shelter-wise. But after all that time out there, I could really use some soap. Donald said I didn't exactly smell very fresh. Actually, he wasn't that polite. Would you be up for helping me make some soap? Yeah. Oh, I just thought of something awesome. I'm always happy to help. Great, thanks. You know, you kind of remind me of someone, but I can't exactly remember who she was. Strange. Well, to make soap, Mike, we need lye. Now, I don't want to scare you, but it's kind of complicated to make. You might want to take notes. For lye, we need ashes. I've never found that in the village. Don't worry, I know what to do. Back when I was stuck in the forest, I made a campfire near the entrance to the Frosted Heights. If you could get some of the burned logs there, you can grind them into ashes at a crafting station. Then what do I do next? After that, you boil the ashes like any other meal to make lye. Once you've got that, come see me and we can talk about what to do next. Okay, got it. I think. I think he said great. I'll figure out what else we need while you make the lie. Remember, my camp was near the entrance to the Frosted Heights in the forest. Well, that's going to be a problem because we don't have the Frosted Heights.
Is it near the entrance to, not in?
Come on, keep going. He's just standing there. Told you he's a doofus. And he's an out of energy doofus. Oh wait, now he's got energy. If I can remember how to walk, there we go. Okay. Well, even if you get the confirmation email, we can't do what we wanted to do.
I know, they're closed.
So I guess I'll make my sandwich.
The fall soup. Looks like.
Huh. Okay. Wait. There we go. Okay, and then we're gonna have to go water all this, unless it starts raining. That'd be nice. If it started raining on the game. I don't want to, well, it could rain in real life. But if it rained in real life here, it's only 24 degrees outside, so it's gonna snow. Okay, doofus. There you go. It's so weird because it makes the noise like it planted something and it doesn't do it. Okay. We're almost done. With the third 1,000. Making sure that I got all of it. Since you're probably asking what the heck is he doing. Again. Again. So, that quote is from Disney's Dinosaurs, the TV show. The quote itself is baby dinosaur. I always assumed it was a boy. I have no idea.
His name is Junior, so yeah.
Oh yeah, his name's Junior, so he's probably a boy. Yeah, that means he's Earl Sinclair the second.
Sinclair.
Oh, that's something kind of interesting in my book. So, so one of my characters is Romeo. He's Romeo Albert Adams. Well, I did Adams because I like the Adams family, so I made their last name Adams. But I didn't put the two D's because, that'd be copying. So I just made it, ADAMS. Oh. And so Romeo is obviously from Romeo and Juliet originally, but there's other people named Romeo. I mean, there's Little Romeo, and I know there's other people named Romeo. Like, no, that was Roman on Fast and the Furious. Anyway, there's other people named Romeo. I know. So, anyway, I got Romeo from Romeo and Juliet, but that's because, I wanted her mom to be able to say, I went all over the world on summers and I never met a guy named Romeo. And I just really like that name. Anyway, so Albert is from Elvis Presley's dog in Live a Little, Love a Little.
And we suspect it's real life,
I don't remember if the dog's name was Albert in the movie, but everybody tells me that was Elvis Presley's real actual dog. And I believe it was a Great Dane. That movie was a little weird, but I liked it. A lot of people don't like Elvis movies, but I do. And my three favorites are Kissing Cousins, Viva Las Vegas. Oh, no, and I like Clam Bake. And Harem Scarum. I've actually got a lot of favorites, I guess. Tickle Me was pretty good, but there was this one scene where there's a rocking chair rocking in the closet with a person in it, but the person looks like a ghost. I don't like that part. There, now we got 88,000. So we should be able to do... You know what? That's not going to help. There we go. We should... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Aw, I can't get the last one. I am. Okay. So, one of the things that we're also trying to get is get 1,800,000 star coins. We are currently at 163,400. Okay, now we're trying to get 450,000. And then garden. Sell 2,400 vegetables out of 1,500. I mean, that's what we sold. Okay. Alright, so now we're trying to plant 4,500. We're at 3,500. So if we're at 3,500, then we should be getting close to that harvest. Oh, okay. So it says that we've harvested 2,500 out of 4,500. And let's check what the Xbox says. Okay, it says 44%. If it stays that way, I'm going to be mad.
Means there's a bug in the game.
Especially since that would mean that there's a bug in the game. He's driving me crazy. Okay, so in theory, we should have enough seeds to finish this. I hope. Or get really, really close. And there's Doofus going off in the right field again. There we go. At least he's gained the small part. Come on. Keep going. So I really want to get 7,000 Dreamlight so we can get the Sunlit Plateau over there opened up. But on the other hand, I also want to get the Frosted Heights open. But since getting the Sunlit Plateau open gets us that much closer to... Oh, that's where we got the 3. Okay. Anyway, since opening that up gets us that much closer to being able to get the Forgotten Lands, and that's where the pumpkins are, I really want to go there. So, I don't know. Feeling wishy-washy. Or I could just wait until I have enough for both. But I really don't remember how much the Forgotten Lands are, so... So if this works, I'll go and do it on my file, and... Because right now, literally on my file, I've got 160 slots for farming, like this, and gardening, and it's taking forever. I thought I had more than that, because it looks like more than that, but it's only 160. Ugh. Again, I am sorry this video is taking so long. But this way, I've got witnesses, besides my husband and my cats, that I definitely planted this much. It's almost 3,000. As soon as I get to, alright, as soon as I get all this filled in, and apparently that over there, and I will double check and make sure. But as soon as I'm done filling it in, that will be 3,000 carrots that have been planted, and I just need to harvest them. Dang it. I'm almost done. So, just so you know, my husband does not have a full beard like that. I don't like my husband having a beard. I'm just not, a beard person. So in one of my books, the one where they get married in Australia, they're up at the altar. It's, just the space in front of the front door. But, everybody's watching from wherever they're at. Anyway. Ooh. Piece number... Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, so we must have gotten that piece today, too. Okay, so that's piece number 5 of the same puzzle. I think that's awesome. Okay, so just to make sure... before we start watering. Okay. So, we're going to water these. We're going to start over here again. In case you're wondering why, I have no idea. I just like the idea of watering from way over here. Oops. Okay. And if I wanted to, I could have actually sped this up. I don't know if I can do that on this character because he probably doesn't have that option yet. But there is in the crafting table some potions that you can make and put them on your tools to make things go faster. And one of them is even more miracle growth elixir that makes stuff come up instantaneously. So like as you're watering them, it comes up. done. I think that's a very useful tool, and I wish Merlin would make it to where it's a permanent thing. I mean, it kind of feels cheatish, but like it would make it a lot easier, especially if there's like a recipe and you just need one tomato. You don't want to have to wait for that tomato to come up. You know, you don't want to have to plant the tomato and then, you know, wait for it to come up ready. You want to be able to use it now. Doesn't happen to me very often because, you know, I've got like stockpiles of everything. But like I said, I've been playing since September, so I've been playing for, what did I say, 3 or 4 months now? This year. October, November, December, January, February. So 5 months. Yeah. That's what the answer was. 5 months. And you know, people on computer are always talking about how they had to buy it. And I'm like, okay, but we didn't have to buy it on Xbox at all.
The Xbox Game Pass and their computer Game Pass.
I mean, there's Xbox Game Pass, and apparently there's computer Game Pass. I didn't know that. But, you know, they're always talking like they had to buy the game to play it. And I'm like, that's not fair. You know, we got it for free and they get it for...
They don't get it for free, you pay for the subscription.
I mean, we pay for the subscription, but other than that, we got it for free. And, you know... I mean, I only got it for free because it was like, you know, if you buy it with if you grab it the first week it came out to be grabbed as a pre-order, you got it for free. And I thought that was really cool.
But you didn't get it for free.
Yes.
You wouldn't need Game Pass to continue playing it.
Yes, I did get it for free. I didn't have to pay for it. Anyway, my husband's trying to convince me that I didn't get it for free because I had to have Game Pass. Well, I was going to have Game Pass anyway, so yeah, I got it for free. Anyway.
Oh, because your Game Pass has run out and you don't have it for free.
Anyway, but I don't have it to where I can play it right now because it's only on Game Pass. Well, I'm hoping it comes to where I can play it anytime I want and not have to play it on Game Pass. But I don't know. But they were also talking about, you know, making it to where like we can visit each other's valleys. And that sounded pretty cool. Kind of hoping they do that, but not to where you have to get stuff from your friends to play. Because that's where other games are, you know, losing people is you have to go and beg your friends. And if you don't have any friends playing that game, then you're spit out of luck.
Zynga.
Notice I said spit, not what I could have said. And I don't like that. I like being able to play by myself. But I would like to be able to, get the game for my sister and show her how to play it, show my world off and all that. Not that she can't see it in video, but, sometimes the lighting on the video isn't that great. You've noticed, I'm sure. And I'm kind of thinking it's, contest-ish. How many different ways can I water the same setup of plants? Oh, and I don't know if any of you guys watch Unspeakable. He does Minecraft videos as well. Yesterday I was watching this really weird video. In the same video, he locked himself in a bunker with a couple of friends. He got told he had to spend the day or 24 hours, whatever it was, in a refrigerator unit. They went on a long trek in a bus. Because, apparently Preston and Unspeakable are friends. I think most people know that. But, supposedly Preston sent Unspeakable's wallet to a place in the desert. I didn't think either one of them lived near a desert, but yeah, they went and got the box, and there was like a picture of Preston's hand making the OK symbol. Anyway, it was just a weird video. And I did not like the scene where they're in the bunker and all of a sudden there's a tarantula. I really did not like that. I mean, I grew up with a tarantula in the house, but I wouldn't want one now. So, I don't know that she actually had a name, but I liked watching, I think I was watching Spider-Man. Might have been Super Friends, or something like that, but I know it was Spider-Man because he had, like, his bedroom at Aunt Jane's house, or whatever her name was. And when she wasn't in the room, he had, like, his Spider-Man computer, and the wall revolved. So, like, when she's there, it looks like a regular dorm room. And when she's not there, he's got the spider computer out. And I always thought that was really cool. And his friends on the show were, I'm gonna get their names wrong. Because I don't know their names. We learned them at one point, and I totally forgot them again. But, Fire Lady and Iceman. Something like that. Anyway. And they were all in college. So, he came home on the weekends or something like that. And I used to love that show, and if I could find that show again, I'd be very, very happy. I like collecting shows I used to watch. Um, I've got a ton of shows on DVD. I've got everything from Addams Family to Dr. Quinn to Initial D, Blue Bloods, Dukes of Hazzard. I have every single episode of Dukes of Hazzard. I'm so happy about that. Angel, Buffy. Bonanza. Rockford Files. Got NCIS. NCSI. NCIS. Well, whatever it's called. I've got the one, I've got two different shows, but one has Chris O'Donnell and LL Cool J.
Los Angeles.
Okay, he says NCIS Los Angeles. The first episode has the character Gibbs in it. But all the other ones are, most are based on Chris O'Donnell. His character's G. He doesn't know what the G stands for. Because somewhere in his life he lost his memory and he doesn't know. And then,
somebody else out there knows.
Or he had a name when he was a baby and it's been G ever since. I don't know. And then LL Cool J's character is Sam. And I think that's really cool because I like the name Sam. I've liked the name Sam since Sam Malone on Cheers. That's another show I would like to have. Okay, so let's go pick this up. So, okay, when I was talking to Christoph, I remembered that the carrots are going to be very, very important. And that's all I'm telling you. Just in case you haven't seen that video yet.
If you posted it yet.
Let's see here. Nope. Yep. Okay, that's not what I meant, but that was really cool. Okay, get the burned logs from Christoph's old campfire in the Forest of Valor. I guess we'll do that while we're waiting for the carrots to come back up. He said it was like right here.
Here, the entrance to...
Oh, the Forest of Valor, yeah. Yeah, well, I'm kind of afraid that it's going to be way over there. Instead of... Okay. Instead of way over here. Ooh! No, right there. Okay. So, in case you haven't been watching my videos very long, those are moonstones and they help you. Oh, wait. Grind the burned logs into ashes at a crafting station. Okay, we're going to do that soon. Anyway, the moonstones help you with the star path. This one is a centennial star path because this is like 100 years of Mickey being a thing. Mickey Mouse. I think they're a little off though because I remember somebody saying that he was a comic character in the comics and the newspaper, in 1922. I may be wrong, but 1922. And there's cool stuff like this, except for that I really wanted the one with the TV. You know, it was a whole living room set. It was really nice. Can't get it. Ingredients. Oh, okay. Cool. Okay. It looked like there was another thing. We'll look later. Because that's not important right now. Okay, so the carrots are coming up. This will be the 3,000 mark. Okay, let's get the orb. So I have a theory that if you stand directly over the orb, it'll give you a puzzle piece just about every time. But it's flawed. It does seem to happen, though, that a lot of the time, when you stand over it just right, that you would get a puzzle piece. Stop it! I told you to do this. See, Mike is being such a doofus. Well, this is also a video of how long can you make one video. That's not what I was going to say. What I was going to say is how many different ways can you harvest a field.
I have so many amazing neighbors.
So, Mirabelle walks by and says, I have so many amazing neighbors. Crashes into Moana. Moana looks at her like, you threw off my groove. And Mirabelle walks away, and Moana walks off the other way.
They're such close friends.
And you threw off my groove is a quote from The Emperor's New Groove. Actually, I think it's just Emperor's New Groove, not The Emperor's. But anyway, whatever.
Ugh, those night thorns are the worst.
Oh, yeah. She says those night thorns are the worst, right? Okay, so we're going to go back over here. We are planting the 4,000. Yeah, I guess we should see if we can get this to come up any faster, but it comes up pretty fast, so. It's like, you know, let's save that for the pumpkins. Of course, we have to be able to make those potions first, but, you know, we'll get there one of these days. So, when we started this out, we had 411
Coral.
carrots. Coraline! My cat has a middle name. It's not like when we go to the kitty doctor that I tell them that her name's Coraline, because her name's Coral. But when she's in trouble, you know, just saying her first name was not working. So I gave her a middle name. And that's something funny in my stories too, is that, oh, I started to tell you about Romeo and Natalie, and then I went off on a thing. But,
Chasing a rabbit down the rabbit hole.
yeah, and then I was going to tell you something and I got distracted again. Okay, so that is the sixth piece of that puzzle. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, okay. This is the sixth piece of that puzzle that we've gotten today. If we just get the last 4, it'll be great. Sorry, there's something in my eye. Just a minute. Okay. This tree is annoying me. Come on. Here we go. So, anyway, I forgot what I was going to tell you about the other character. But, oh, okay. So, Hayden is... Okay, Hayden was at the burger joint in New York, down the street from the dock. I'm thinking I made that up, but, you know, this is how it is in my head, so I don't know what it looks like. I've never been to New York. I've seen New York, you know, every year. Well, I can't say every year, but, most every year on the, Thanksgiving Day parade, and in movies, but that's about it. Which that is a really cool scene in the Fast and Furious movie, where they have the electric cars all driving themselves out of the building. Oh, it was just any car with a computer. But anyway, so the thing is that Hayden is at the burger joint and Morgan's there and William and Kat and Paige and her daughter are there. Paige and Lizzie. Her daughter's name is Lizzie because I like that name. I've liked that name ever since second or third grade. Because there was a girl in my class named Lizzie. So I was really happy when they decided to make it Lizzie McGuire because I like that name. Anyway, so they're in the burger joint and his mom is there. His mom and dad are there, and his younger sister, who's the same age as Ashley, and some guys decide to come into the burger joint and try to rob the place. Well, I want to say it was Morgan and, or maybe it was Paige. No, Paige sounds better. So Paige and Hayden's younger sister Bella get together and they take care of the bad guys, with martial arts moves. And Hermione, Hayden's mom, asks Bella, who taught you that, or something like that, and Hayden goes, me. And she goes, behind my back, Hayden Allen. And Kat teases him, ooh, the middle name, or something like that. So that's one of my favorite parts of that book. So to go back to Romeo and Natalie's wedding, it's a double wedding with Jonah and his fiancée Caitlin, because they both wanted to get married to their loved one, and why not? They're twins, so it just kind of made sense to have them get married at the same time. Well, the preacher, Luke, gets to the point of, do you, Natalie, take this man to be your lawfully wedded husband? And instead of saying I do, she says I can't. Because it turns out when she was 11 years old, they were on ship for the summer, and they were they weren't away for the summer yet, but they went down. Natalie and her dad Jake went down to the ship to see what he would still let her wear for summer clothes, because they get to wear skimpier outfits if they want to during the summer, but only during the summer, because they don't want to get accosted by the wrong guy, and they definitely don't want to have problems with enemy pirates. Well, while they're down there, they get grabbed by enemy pirates, and the enemy pirate takes her into his room and kisses her, and then says, we're married, or we're mated, something like that. Anyway, some version of that they're married. And he even goes so far as to make it legal and everything. Well, Romeo's like, well, then what was this all about? He's mad because he wanted to marry her. And so they go into the kitchen to talk it all out, and Luke finishes with Jonah and Caitlin's wedding, and then all of a sudden everybody notices that Michelle is not there anymore, and it's because Michelle wasn't feeling very good. So Jonah took her outside to... Again, I'm going to just sell that one. Anyway, so Jonah took her outside for some fresh air. Well, they got grabbed by the enemy pirates. And I know I need more, but I'm not getting them at the moment. Anyway, so they got grabbed by the enemy pirates, and Romeo decides he's going to do something about this. Well, he goes out there, and he gets grabbed by the enemy pirates, and Natalie does too, and Jake, but they leave Michelle there. So, they left Michelle and Jonah there. So, Jonah goes back upstairs to Caitlin because they're at their grandma Jane's house. And it's been modified from the little normal size house that it was to this big, huge mansion where, every couple has their own room and probably every kid has their own room. I don't know. I haven't really fully developed that. And in one of... Oh my gosh. Okay, so sometimes I have dreams that give me inspiration of what to write. And one time, it's that house, basically. But it was like it was made from the bedrock from the Flintstones. It was really weird. But anyway, so they end up going to Natalie's husband's island. Well, he decides that he's going to kill Romeo with kindness because they've already beaten him up. He's probably got internal bleeding. And he decides they're going to kiss Natalie together. Lots and lots and lots of times. So they do that. Oh, and Jake got put in the brig of the ship when they weren't on the island yet. I don't know if I actually had Jake rescued or not. I gotta work on that and see. But anyway, he gets rescued. I just don't know if I actually wrote it into the book or not. I don't like it when writers, write something and then you just assume that the person sat down on the couch and was reading a book, or, that they got rescued. I mean, because we wouldn't leave Jake on the island. And, he's probably in the next scene, so... I actually didn't put Jake into the next scene. I should have, though. Would you stop that? Pick up the orb. Thank you. Oh my goodness. So, that is Wally and his hands. I don't know if you call it hands if they're a robot, but anyway, his hands are holding the boot, and the boot has a plant in it. But you can't see the plant at the moment because you can just see the stem. Anyway, so the young men of the crew go and, the men, all of the men of the crew go to the island to rescue them, and they actually get to rescue them. And like I said, I don't know if I wrote in that Jake got rescued, but he did. And then, oh, I skipped a part, sorry. Okay, so while, right after he gets untied or unhandcuffed or whatever it is, Romeo fights Natalie's husband. His name's Rick. Romeo fights Natalie's husband, and he wins. Well, when he won because the guy fell into a really, really tall pit. Like, I don't know if any of you know the area around Tahoe, but between South Lake Tahoe and, like, say, Sacramento is this really big area where it kind of looks like the space where the Grand Canyon is. I don't know if it's that wide, but, you know, it's pretty big. I mean, it's pretty tall up where the road is. And it looks like it's at least 1,000 feet down to Christmas Valley, which I've never been to. My husband kept saying that he was going to take me, and he hasn't been able to yet. But anyway, it looks like 1,000-foot drop, and I don't like that idea. So the one time I drove it alone, might not be one time, but anyway, the one time I drove it alone, I was singing. I was totally singing "God is Bigger Than the Boogeyman" from VeggieTales. The whole entire time, you know, to remind me God's there. I'm not gonna fall. I'm gonna be okay. Yeah. And my two kids were in the back seat, in car seats. So, anyway, so Romeo makes sure he goes all the way down to the bottom, and then he notices that the rock is through Rick's head, so he's definitely not going to be coming back for the sequel. So he knows that he can marry Natalie. So as soon as they get back onto their ship, they finish getting, they finish getting married. Oh, yeah. I definitely wrote that Jake was there because she turns to him and goes, "I'm a widow." Because she's, like, really super happy that she's a widow now. You know, her being a widow means that she can marry the man that she actually loves instead of the man that lusts after her. And he was 19 while she was 11, by the way. But I figure it's a piratey thing to do to, you know, kiss women like that. So that's why I wrote it into the book. So then later they find out that they're pregnant. And I don't know if this is really a thing or not. But I decided that that the kids are both Romeo being the father and Rick being the father, with Natalie being the mother, of course. So I don't know if that's a real thing, if that can actually happen, but that's what I wrote into my book. And Romeo says that, you know, Natalie says, well, what if they're like their dad, and or something like that. Oh, that was before they knew. You know, Natalie's worrying, what if they're Rick's, and Romeo goes, well, we'll teach him correctly, and, you know, it'll be okay. So that's what their plan was. And then that's when Oliver goes, they're both. And they're like, that is so weird. And then they go and announce it at, oh, that one. Yeah, okay. Anyway, so then they go and announce it at breakfast, and, you know, everybody knows. But Jonah is upset because he's suddenly an uncle. But he's not upset that he and Caitlin are going to have a baby too. So I had already written several of the books, and then I decided that, you know, they shouldn't be the way that they are because, you know, other stuff needed to happen. I mean, because, you know, stuff needed to happen at certain parts of the story, and when I wrote them originally, none of that stuff was in there yet. So I'm realizing that I have to do a major rewrite on some of my books because, you know, originally I wasn't going to have Romeo and Natalie and Jonah and Caitlin be married before they went to the Amazon island. What the heck? Okay. Now will you place it there? Thank you. And just in case... Okay. Dang. I didn't think this was going to take that long. So seriously, if this works, then hold on. Okay, if this works, then I'll make it be something like, if this works, I'll make the video name, you know, like the name of the, quest, and not the quest, but the achievement. There you go. Achievement. I'll make the name of the achievement, and if it doesn't work, then I'm going to name it evidence. I keep all of my videos that I make for YouTube on my external hard drive, so this one is longer than a live stream. I wish he would quit picking up stuff that he's not supposed to be picking up. It's very annoying. I mean, this is ridiculous. But I think if I'm going to record it, I mean, not record it, but post it, that I'm probably going to post it like, you know, I'm going to break it up into half-an-hour increments or something, somehow. I'm not very good at doing video editing. because I just don't know how to do that. I wish I did. Okay, so I mean, I know how to do video effects, like pausing the camera so you can't see that I'm doing all this kind of stuff. But I just don't know how I would do that. I mean, I could totally change the camera to where it's looking at the computer. If I had to. But then I would have a hard time getting the camera to focus on the TV again. Okay. What is she focusing on? I mean, it makes sense when she walks up to a pond and is looking at herself in the water, let's say, but when she just like walks up to a random piece of grass and does that, it's weird. Okay, so like I said, we started out with 411. We're up to 3,000 or more. Well, I guess more because we're up to 3,411. And we're trying to get 4,500. And this is the longest dang video I've ever made. But if it flops, then, you know, we need evidence. And if it doesn't flop, then, ooh. So I don't know how to do this for Natalie and Pirate. Okay. Did I ask you? Oh my goodness. I'm yelling at Doofus Mike over there for picking up the carrots. I'm not yelling at any of you. It's not very nice of me to call him a doofus, but when he does stuff like this, where we were going left to right, left to right, left to right, and then all of a sudden he goes down the center, yeah. Or sometimes not that I'm giving him any ideas, he starts going off in that direction and then all of a sudden goes off to the right. I mean, right there is okay because he's following the pattern.
Mediums, check. Thanks. Check. Thanks a lot. Check.
Oh, the valley is coming along nicely.
Check.
Thank you. Mother Gothel said the valley's coming along nicely. So there's another part in my stories. It's the second trader book called The Island. Because I couldn't think of anything else to call it. You know, I kind of like that title because then you don't really know what to expect. Because there's an island, but you don't know what happens on it. You know, it doesn't give away the plot. And that was the idea. So Sean and Jesse are putting on a knife juggling show because previous to that they were super bored. And their girlfriends were primping in their room. So well, they didn't tell the boys that they were primping. They just, you know, they were primping and scheming too. So anyway, the boys decided to put on a knife juggling show because, you know, they want to impress the girls. And so, you know, everybody shows up, they start the knife show, and they make sure that everybody is back a little further than they usually are because last time Brandon almost got hit. Brandon's their younger brother. Well, Brandon has something else in mind. He decides to, you know, start throwing extra knives into the mix. Sean and Jesse have a box of 12 each. So they decide he decides to throw more knives into the mix. And he's really disappointed because Jesse catches it and just adds it too. So finally they get all the knives in the show and you know, they're juggling, they're having fun, and the audience is probably oohing and awing. And Luke comes back from the bathroom. He was at the helm and then he had to go to the bathroom. So he comes back from the bathroom and he's watching the knife juggling show more than he's paying attention to where he's steering. So they end up, the ship ends up hitting a sandbar. Well, Morgan is very wary about the island that they are near now. And she cautions Sean and Jesse, who want to go exploring on the island, to be careful and take their weapons with them. So, okay, they take the weapons, they, you know, make sure that they've got food. You know, snack kind of food, you know, like crackers and cheese, you know, stuff like that. And they end up going to the kitchen to get it. And the chef tells them that, you know, that's not a dinner. And they tease that, well, they didn't have enough room, enough time to make the, you know, turkey and stuffing and all the trimmings. So she just kind of glares back and still says, that's not dinner. Well, anyway, they get on the island and Chantel cautions Jesse to not touch the Amazon women that she's thinking are going to be on the island. At this point in time, they have not seen anybody on that island. They've just seen a bunch of trees. So they're walking along and they're talking about girls, and then they turn that talk into specific girls, and finally Ashley and Chantel. Well, every tree that they've passed, every big tree that they've passed, Jesse has walked on the left side and Sean has walked on the right. And Jesse doesn't come out on the other side. Sean does. And then when Sean panics and starts going, Jesse, where are you? Jesse jumps out and says, boo! Well, he does that for about 5 trees, and then he does that on the last tree, and Sean yells at him because, they're on a strange island. They don't know what to expect. There's like hardly any animals, or none. I mean, they're not hearing any animals. They're not hearing any people. Nothing. So he's a little freaked, but he likes to explore just like Jesse does. So he doesn't want to appear weak, but he's overly cautious. Well, so they keep walking and they find another big tree. Well, Jesse started to go around on the left and Sean on the right. Well, then Jesse yells at himself, going, what are you doing? And starts to walk around the same side as Sean. But when Sean gets back to when Sean gets to the other side of the tree, Jesse's nowhere to be seen again. Well, Sean doubles back and finally gets to the other side and still no Jesse. And you'll have to read the book to find out what happens. So, yeah, I'm really good at writing. Well, I think I'm really good at writing books. And I'm hoping that some of you will buy one. I figure if, a certain number of people buy at least one of my books, then we'd be able to survive. And surviving would be nice. Although, if we could, live comfortably, it would be even better. I liked it last year and the year before that when we were able to go out to eat a little more often. That's all I really want. And I want a house that we can live in, that's ours, and to be able to eat out when we want. Oh, and to be able to, send presents to my kids for their birthday and Christmas. I figure it'll happen one of these days.
So what are you planning for your meet 16? Nothing! Just kidding. I've chosen to do a movie with 2 16 friends and our friend.
What?
He's getting together with friends to watch a movie. Shazam!
Oh.
That's his big excitement for his birthday.
Okay, so apparently for my son's birthday, he's getting together with some of his friends and they're going to watch Shazam. want to watch that, but only like as a, watch it on DVD or streaming service. I don't necessarily want to pay extra money to go watch it in the theater. The one I do want to go watch in the theater, though, is Fast and Furious. That would be really awesome. If Grease happened to be in the theater again, I would so watch it again. I've literally been watching that all my life. I think it would be really neat to watch the pirate movie in the theater. I mean, that's really old, and like the DVD program on my computer, I had to get a specific one because it didn't want to play the colors correctly. It was really weird. It was like, all different colors, and it's like it was just a VCR tape when it first came out. I mean, Sound of Music doesn't look like that. And it's way older than that. The Elvis movies, they didn't look like that. It was so weird. Anyway. There goes Maui walking through my garden again. I realize my garden's like all over the place, but gosh. It's ridiculous. And then my ear was having issues. I think it's got badly placed earwax.
Indeed.
Okay, so I am sorry this video is taking so long. Really? You gonna keep going? No. Of course, that brings up the question of, is it the game developer's fault or is it Xbox's fault if it doesn't work?
Good question. Not one with an answer, but a good question.
Yeah, see, it still says 44%. And if I'm at 3,000 There is no way I'm at 44%. I mean, we're not at 3,000 yet. We gotta pick up the rest of these, but... Not that one, gardening. Okay, so... See? We're at 3,300. So it says. So if we're at 3,300... if we're at 3,300, then there's no way we're at 44%. But on 3 different files, all Xbox, I cannot get past 44% for that achievement. But we'll see. We'll pull all these out and... It's the second time somebody has invited my husband to a party.
Who?
Boxy.
He just likes to BS.
Okay, so I now have... that one available, so I can... What was that?
What was what?
I had him faced that way.
You did a C dang no C flat?
Mm-hmm. You look wet.
Who knows?
There we go. Come on.
This thing's supposed to pick up grass.
Okay. We're getting there. Four hours later. No, I mean, 4 hours after we started this video, we're planting the we're planting the carrots that make up the 4,000. I mean, the 4,000. I don't know how to say that. Yeah, the 4,000, I guess, would make more sense. Okay. So there's a scene in the first book, Pirate's Daughter, where she's working at her Uncle Lance's bar. Lance happens to be Hayden's uncle. His real uncle. And her honorary uncle. So he worked on her mother's ship once upon a time. And then he got out so he could be a business owner. And eventually, he owned the bar. Well, she's working and she's got a partner who's bartending with her named Joe. Well, Joe would normally walk her home, but this night his wife has said, no, you come straight home. I don't remember the total situation that I wrote in, but anyway, that's the deal. So Morgan ends up walking home alone. She lives on a small yacht and it's got one room with a bathroom. The bathroom is a separate room from that room. And she goes and checks the place out, makes sure that there's nobody in there, and sits down on her bed, which is on the floor, to check and answer her email. Well, the whole time that she was walking home, the captain that had been bugging her when Hayden and Jake had come to visit was watching her. He made sure that she was in for the night and finally sees the light go out. And then he goes back to his ship and gets his men. Well, they return to her yacht, and he kicks down the door and takes her into his arms, probably bed and all. It didn't actually specify that. I probably should. Anyway, and he orders his men to grab her stuff, which they do, and they all return back to the ship. Well, she gets taken down below deck to a room just past the cargo area, and he puts her and her stuff inside. She gets put on a bed that's in there, and he locks her in. Then he goes and takes the handmade for sale sign that his men put together and takes that over to the yacht and puts it in the window, and then they leave. So you'll have to read the story to find out what happens in that one. And then in Misfortune, Morgan's working at a place called Shatana's, and she's having a party. So of course she wants her boyfriend there. So she invites Hayden, and she invites her brother Jake, and their 4 friends. Their 4 roommates. They're friends too, but yeah, they're roommates. So they all show up, and Hayden gets drunk at the party before he finds Morgan, because he was like super nervous. He doesn't know anybody at the party except for Morgan and her coworker Ben. So, he's like, okay, I'll, have a couple of glasses of ale and, it'll be okay. Well, he ends up having 4.5 of them, walking around with the 5th one. Walking around with the other half of the 5th one. And he finally sees Morgan, but he feels like he needs to toss his cookies and runs to the bathroom, bumping into her on the way over. Well, he finally comes out a few minutes later, and he left the glass in the bathroom. I think on the sink. But I didn't write that in either. Because I didn't actually write it. I didn't write that part from his point of view. That doesn't sound right. Anyway, so he leaves it in the bathroom on the sink and goes out and apologizes to Morgan. And then he asks if there's a nice quiet place that they can go. And she takes him up to her room. And she's got a nice 4-poster bed. If you want to know what a 4-poster bed is, watch Mr. Mom. There's a 4-poster bed toward the end of the movie. He said that he got the bedroom set at Sears, I think. Anyway, so nice 4-poster bed, black sheets, black pillowcases, and all that stuff, because his favorite color is black. And they talk the rest of the night. Well, then he has to go home because he's got work the next morning. And he's walking home. He's still a little off because of the alcohol, So he gets to the corner. And normally, for some reason, he would cross the street and then turn right. But this time, he sees a limo in that darkened corner. And he decides to tell himself, don't go the usual way. So he just turns to the right and he starts walking. And then he notices that there's some men coming out of that limo. They've got guns in their hands and they start chasing after him. So he starts running, of course. And they catch him halfway between the 2 corners. Well, they pin him to the sidewalk. And he's faced toward the street. And the limo finally turns around and drives up next to them. And he gets thrown inside. And he starts to yell, help! But he doesn't get the put out. They smash him in the face with a gun, knock him out. And that's when he goes, pow. And you have to read the book to find out what happens next. Then in Hard Times, there's a scene where William thinks he's just having the worst day in the world. His phone's acting up. He can't call he can't call the girl he likes. She can't call him. And he thinks that she's probably given up on him by now. And Hayden and his friends decide to invite him to go to the bar with them. So he does. And a girl is having car trouble and walks into the bar to use the phone. Well, she uses the phone, then she goes back outside. Well, William asks Mitch, does he know how to fix cars? And Mitch goes, yeah. You're not going to offer my services, are you? And William goes, yeah. So they both go outside and Mitch fixes the car while William talks to Kat. That's the girl's name, Kat, but he doesn't get told that her name's Kat. He gets told that he can call her Kitty. Well, she has to go back to her hotel because she's vacationing with her parents, and they've told her that she needs to get her butt home, and they're flying out the next day. Well, Kitty decides that she's going to go home. She was in a sedan to start out with. She decides that she's going to go back home to the hotel, and then she's going to sneak out again. And this time when she shows up to the bar, she's got a van. So she says something like, howdy stranger, what you doing? And he goes, getting drunk. And she goes, how about you come talk to me? And he agrees, and they go out and talk in the van. And you have to read the book to find out what happens. Now, in Esperanza's party, that's the book where Sean and Ashley discover that they like each other like that. They don't know if they're in love yet, but they'd like to at least start dating. But to start out with, Chantel and Ashley and Chantel, because Ashley's older, they get ready in their room, and they make sure that somebody that isn't Craig and their Uncle Chris, honorary uncle, but Craig and their Uncle Chris, or Sean and Jesse, or there was Zach and whoever's helping him, because I don't remember right now. Might be Jonah, but I don't remember. Anyway, they make sure none of them row them to shore. Jonah was in the last one, and was their only choice. So anyway, whoever was partnering with Zach, they couldn't be in Zach's boat because he'd try to take them for himself, and Sean and Jesse are the ones that they're trying to impress, so they couldn't be in that boat. And there was another boat. Oh, the one with Chris. Because Chris would go and tell them to go back and try again on the close. Being an uncle, he's got to do his uncle duty, But, so they finally make it to shore, and Jonah stops to talk to the girl in the leopard print bikini, And Jake and Michelle stay on the beach, you know, watching the waves go by and drinking Australian beer, I think it was. Might have been Australian wine, but anyway, it's Australian booze. And then they walk off to the dance floor. And they try to catch every guy's eye, but they get every guy except for Sean and Jesse somehow. But two other guys convince them to dance with them instead, for now. The two guys are a little bit older than Ashley and Chantel. And then finally, Sean and Jesse look over and they're like, whoa. You know, because they've never seen the girls in that kind of clothes before. They usually wear loose fitting stuff. And, you know, don't really care if they look sloppy or not. Well, this time they made extra special effort. You know, they got on tight dating clothes. And, you know, it's their summer clothes. So that's even worse. Because that's like, you know, I think I put them in capris, but, you know, it could have been short shorts and crop tops. I'm pretty sure they were wearing crop tops. I don't know what I actually decided on. I'm sorry. You know, I wrote it down so I didn't have to remember. But anyway, whatever they were wearing, you know, it's you know, tighter dating kind of clothes. And so, you know, Sean and Jesse eventually steal them away. Ashley and Chantel eventually steal Sean and Jesse away. Sorry. And then Sean takes Ashley out into the woods to kiss. And Jesse takes Chantel out to the woods to kiss. And they don't get back until just about curfew, I think it was. And the boys are like totally amazed because they don't normally see their best friends, because Sean and Ashley are best friends and Jesse and Chantel are best friends. They don't usually see their best friends as girls, you know, like dateable girls. They just see that they're not male. So anyway, you'll have to read the book to find out what happens there. And I already told you about the island. Oh, and then there's Adopted Coral. So I'm making a series called Adopted because I figure that we're going to adopt all the pets we ever have. I could make a short a short series of books. Not a short series, but you know, like 4 pages for this cat and 4 pages for this cat kind of thing. But I don't remember all the names of the 4 cats that we had. We had 4 feral cats, and we actually taught them to be, I don't want to say human, but, you know, civilized, decent kitty cats that would have been welcome in anybody's home. You know. It really sucked when we had to give them back because we had too many cats in the apartment. We're only supposed to have 1, but they let us have 2 because, you know, because Coral and her sister were sisters. So we convinced them, you know, it's a package deal. It's not going to be that bad, you know. But then we're fostering the 4, and then we're fostering 4 other for other cats that were kittens, they needed to be bottle fed, I think. Yeah, they had to have been. Okay.
Different apartments, but it doesn't matter.
No, that was the same apartment. Anyway, it was so horrible when we had to give them back because we didn't want to. We knew they were going to a not so good home. The lady had 100 cats and 300 pigeons. Yeah. And anyway, they were going back to that situation, and I didn't like that idea at all. Anyway, so but I was thinking that, in Tahoe, we had a cat named Sweetie. She was such a little cat. Oh my goodness. She was this tiny little thing when we first got her. She was only like a few weeks old or something like that. She was tiny. But when she grew up, she did not want her nails clipped at all whatsoever. And she needed a cat friend, but we couldn't afford one at the time. We could afford her, but not another one. Or at least we didn't think we could. So, so she ended up moving out one day. Okay, so I had to go down to my brother's graduation, and my husband didn't shut the door like he was supposed to. He did that every once in a while then. But anyway, he didn't shut the door, so she got out, and she moved diagonally to the house with the dogs, and I never understood that. She'd never been around dogs in her life, but, she goes to move to the house with the dogs. Okay. So then we moved to Nevada, and we had an apartment where we got Coral and her sister. Oh no, we had Coral and her sister. Yeah, okay. We moved to an apartment, and we had Coral and her sister, and then we ended up having to move out of that place because we couldn't afford it, which is kind of stupid because it was only $700 a month at the time. But then we found a place that was only $650, and the electricity was included in the price. So that was awesome. But the drawback was that the lady next door was feeding the bad bugs. Not an ideal situation. And we had to tell our cats to not eat the bad bugs because I figured that they were not good to eat. They did. Coral's sister did actually think that the little black bugs that hang out there, I don't know what the heck they were. They were kind of round like a roly-poly, but a lot smaller. And they were black, and that's all I know. But Nancy ate a few of those, and she never had stomach problems, so I guess it was okay. But then, again, well, this was on purpose. That place didn't have air conditioning. So, we're like sitting there, it's summer, and the neighbor needed to go to the store and wanted my husband to walk with her. So, that's okay. Except for that, the door was open, and I could not shut it. it was a sliding glass door. I couldn't shut it, and or I could shut it and I couldn't lock it, something like that. Anyway, so Nancy's a really smart cat. So is Coral and Ben and Sam. We didn't have all four at the same time. We just had the two girls, but yeah, she's a really smart cat and slid the door open, left outside, and then around 2 o'clock in the morning, I woke up and Nancy's, goes runs up to the door and tries to come inside, and then she thought that she had the wrong house because the door was shut all of a sudden. Well, what we really needed was a cat door, but I didn't want her sister to get out, so. Anyway, so Nancy ended up moving out on us. Then we got Ben because the lady upstairs was allergic to him. We didn't want him going to the kitty pound because Coral, that's where we got her from. We were fostering her for the kitty pound, and she didn't seem to like humans every time she came back from the kitty pound. Because she was only 2 months old when we adopted her. So, they had to, run tests and make sure that they were going to live and all that stuff. That they were healthy. And, yeah, so every time they came back, they seemed to be terrified of humans, and I didn't like that. So we really didn't want Ben to go that way. So we adopted him. And then we ended up at a apartment complex called Carson Catalina. And we had been feeding this cat. We didn't know who, but we'd been feeding this cat for 6 months to a year. I don't know. We've been feeding him for a really long time. That's all I know. And then all of a sudden, one night, we hear what sounded like the neighbor falling down the stairs with groceries. And I didn't like that idea. So I had my husband open the door and see if he could help. Well, it turned out that it wasn't the neighbor falling down with groceries. It was, in fact, a big old dog chasing this little scrawny cat. You wouldn't believe it was the same cat. Seriously. It was Sam. We named him Sam. So comes in, so my husband opens the door, comes in this black streak. He slams the door on the dog, and as soon as I get brave enough to ask them, I'm gonna ask if I can take pictures of places around that complex that pertain to the story, and explain to them that it's just for the story and I'm not going to put them in a bad light or anything. But they're cute little children's books, and I literally wrote Coral's book in like 30 seconds, seemingly 30 seconds. So I'm probably going to rewrite that one. Especially since the only copy of that book seems to be on Amazon. I don't have one here at the house, like on computer or anything. Unless that's on the broken external, maybe. But I think it's been broken longer than that. Anyway. Yeah. So we're still trying to do this. Oh my gosh. Oh, grind the at a crafting station. Yeah, I gotta do that. I can do that as soon as it's all watered. And then we'll see how many we have. Yeah. How many seeds we have. And how much it says we've harvested. So, seriously, if I get through all of this and it doesn't show up on the Xbox rewards, I'm going to be a little mad. Because I know I got 1,000 this time. Okay, let's double check that we watered everything. Looks like. Okay. So this will be the 4,000th carrot as soon as we can get that done. Okay, so water dried vegetables, 3,900 out of 3,400. And that says we planted 4,500 plant vegetables. But this says that we've only harvested 3,700 out of 4,500. So as soon as we harvest all of those, we should have that.
Then you just gotta open the last biome and call it good. Right?
That's 2 biomes.
That's 2 biomes? I thought you had all but 1. Okay.
Frosted Heights and Forgotten Lands. See, but that still says 4D4%. And that is not right. I don't see how 3.33% gamers unlock this if it's stuck at 44% all the time. So if I can't do that one, I'm going to be mad. Like I said, if I can't do it because it just doesn't trigger, then I'm going to call it evidence. Boil the ashes at any cooking station to extract lye. Bring the lye to Kristoff. Well, okay. If Kristoff isn't asleep. Okay, he's not asleep. And by the time we get back, these carrots will be up, I'm sure. I got lost for a second and couldn't see the house.
Hi. May I? Can we talk? Oh, hey.
Hey, great looking lie, Mike. Nice work. Okay, the next ingredient we need for soap is oil. I usually use carrot oil. Sure, you could do that, but why not mix it up? Let's add something else. Maui has pretty great hair. We could find out what he uses. I'll ask him. Thanks. Okay, so what are we doing? Talk to Maui. Before we talk to Maui, we're gonna go talk to those carrots. Unless they're not up yet, and then we'll go talk to Maui. Some of them are up yet. So because of bonuses, I'm guessing we've got what we need. For this being harvested. But I was thinking about doing one more, because then it would definitely be 5,000. I mean, 4,500. It would be 5,000, but you know. I didn't know that was there. Okay, Sully's feet.
The scare floor.
And that guy over there's feet. And the rest of Randall's feet on the scare floor. They're about to go out to work. That movie I remember. Besides, if it's 411 that we had to start out with today, and then we did 1,000, 1,000, 1,000, wait, 1,000, 1,000, 1,000, 1,000, then that would be the 500 as soon as I plant what I've got in my backpack right now. My storage, whatever you want to call it. Anyway, then I can go and take the money from selling the carrots and make sure that I get you know, that I get my house upgraded, I get the store upgraded. Of course, I'm going to have to do a screen capture. Unless they have a video option. Okay, so I pressed the button to have him go inside, and he didn't do it.
Yes, I know this. So this little
Hey, over here.
So I think we've got enough. But we're going to keep planting until we don't have any more seeds. Okay. So it's literally 11:19 Pacific Standard Time. And I'm tired. But we got to finish this.
Howie's your guy.
And the dipstick goes off in left field. If you don't know what a dipstick is, please watch the original Dukes of Hazzard from the late 1970s.
I was looking at the hood of the car.
Do not look at the hood of the car because that is a dipstick, but it's not the one I'm talking about. Although, the dipstick in the car does supposedly tell you if you need oil. I just don't know how to tell.
There's a line on it that says add. Usually bad if it's visible.
Okay, my husband says there's a line on it that says add, and if it's visible, it's a bad thing.
Until after you wipe the thing off.
Yeah, but that never made sense to me.
Well, because you never get a real reading on the first try. And only a dipstick would look at the dipstick only once.
So the Dukes of Hazzard, I didn't realize I was watching brand new episodes. I always thought it was like, an old show that, was in syndication or something. But I was watching actually brand new episodes. I remember I used to watch that after school. It doesn't make sense though, because I remember it came on at 2 o'clock. So that wouldn't have been after school. But anyway, whatever time it was on, I was watching it after school. And sometimes I didn't want to watch the whole episode. I wanted to watch it if it was that episode where... I wanted to watch it if it was that episode where they were driving on two wheels, the car kind of sideways. I don't know why I still remember that, but I do. And the one time I was doing my homework, and that's why, whatever episode it was, that's why I don't want to watch it, because it wasn't the one where they were on two wheels. But I used to watch that show all the time. It's funny though, because now that I'm watching them on DVD, I don't remember them from back when. I remember them from now. So, one of my favorite episodes is this episode where, I don't know how, but they get captured by the bad guys, Bo and Luke. And, of course, Bo and Luke, they pretend, well, they're probably thirsty, but, they at least pretend to be thirsty. And, Bo's being kind of rude, but he ends up saying, "No, ma'am." And she's like, "Oh, ma'am, you're so proper now," or something like that. Anyway, and they go, and the bad guys go and make Bo and Luke take the loot that they stole out to the moving truck or van, whatever it was. And I haven't watched that one in a while. I need to find it again. But anyway, they make them take it out to the truck and take pictures and make it look like it's all Bo and Luke's doing. But it really wasn't. So they escaped at one point, but then they ended up, getting captured, just a few minutes later. And then they made it look like they did it. And then I don't remember anything after that, but it's one of my favorite episodes. And I really like the Great Santa Claus Chase.
The Halloween one with the haunted house.
And the Halloweenish one with the haunted house. It's not an official Halloween one because they don't say like it's on Halloween, or they don't have like people trick or treating at their house or anything like that. But it's the closest thing to a Halloween episode they have. I was kind of disappointed that they didn't have a Thanksgiving episode though. But how would you do it?
Accuse them of stealing the town's turkeys.
Okay, so in the Great Santa Claus Chase, Bo and Luke get accused of stealing the Christmas trees that, everybody bought. They pre-bought the Christmas trees from the Boy Scouts. And Boss Hogg made it look like Bo and Luke stole the Christmas trees. Well, why would they? For one. And they're farm people, so they really wouldn't steal the Christmas trees. But anyway, the boys are saying we're innocent, and Boss and Roscoe are saying no, you're not. So it turns out the boss set the whole thing up. He hired a man to act like a preacher and go and pick them up after his men tied them up in the first place and stole the Christmas trees. So anyway, that's a good episode. I like a lot of the episodes, and there was an episode that I didn't like when I first saw it. So then I kept skipping over it, and then I ended up ruining that part of the disc. I need to watch that part if I could, I need to watch that part, and it would unruin the disc, I think.
No.
I did that with one of my CDs, because I was listening to, it's a Billy Joel CD, and I was listening to An Innocent Man way too much. You know, so that's one song on the disc. Well, I figured it's totally ruined. But then one day I was like, well, what if I listen to everything else and skip over that one? And then it ended up that I could listen to the whole CD again as if it was fresh out of the container. So I'm thinking that's what I need to do with the disc, except for that, I mean the DVD, but I can't get that episode to play.
We bought a replacement on that season.
We did. But we ended up buying a replacement for just that season because of the issue that we're having. I need more. Or am I okay? I don't know. We'll leave it at that. Yeah. We still gotta... Ooh, okay. Okay, so we've got 227 point... Alright. 227,500 out of 450,000 star coins. And then... How are we doing on the star coins here? Oh, we're not up to that yet. Okay. So, we gotta start a daily discussion with Mickey in the next 31 minutes. Give Goofy his favorite gifts. Or we could just wait until tomorrow. It'd make more sense. Catch Cod. Ooh, we gotta complete 2 more Dreamlight duties. They've gotta be the ones that say Dreamlight duties. Give Goofy his favorite gifts. Cook 2-star meals. And mine garnets. Okay. We still gotta talk to Maui. Oh, I gotta water this. This is very annoying. Having to go into the house all the time just because I'm trying to water or mine or whatever. Okay, so... And then we're going to pick up all of the carrots and then see what we get. We have to pick up these carrots too, the ones that I'm watering right now. Oh, and if you're interested in Disneyland at all, there used to be a Sleeping Beauty experience. I don't know if it's still there. But it was like it was kind of like a doll show. Except for that, you know, it was Sleeping Beauty themed. I thought it was kind of boring at the time. But I think I would probably like it now. At least enough to take pictures. Okay, now we can pick up all of the carrots. Okay, now we can pick up all the carrots and eventually we'll be able to. I don't know how he did that. He's always derailing himself. Wow, 5 hours.
Keep me out of trouble uploading to YouTube.
Yeah, that's why I think when I upload it to YouTube, it's going to be a shorter video. I mean, it's going to be, in parts. Okay, wait a minute. How much do I need to expand? Well, I've got it. Let's go. Now we could probably pick up all these carrots and the ones that are going to grow and the rich soil and be good. Oh, if I didn't say it, 11:19 p.m. our time. Come on. Oh, great. He's throwing a fit in the carrots.
Wouldn't be done without throwing a fit.
Yeah, but he's doing it in the carrots.
Well, where else is he gonna do it? The carrots are covering most
Over
of it.
there? Where there ain't no carrots? Okay, it says we're 300 away from our goal.
Oh, that was getting stupid.
And that still says 44%.
Well, then it's an Xbox issue.
Yes.
We gotta send a message to them.
So it's an Xbox issue.
convinced there's a couple other games where they're not giving all the progress either.
Well, because 300 carats or not,
Well, mileage on.
and that's more than 300 carats, thank you. But 300 carats or not,
Sea of Thieves for one.
that should be a lot higher.
You know, I was about to try and say, I think there's some missing mileage on Sea of Thieves too.
Yeah.
Done with mileage for merchant at the very least.
Well, you gotta get a hold of them and say something. Okay. So, my husband said that there's possibly some missing progress on his Sea of Thieves file, too. But, specifically, I know that this is a known problem. And I decided that I was going to put in 1,000 planting spots. Okay, that's fine. But
It might simply be that it's just not counted it yet. Because that's happened before, where Xbox takes some time to verify it.
okay.
Sometimes.
Well, anyway. Yeah, but this happened on all 3 of my files, and either they're taking their dang sweet time, or
Well, the only way you can figure that one out is to log into the others and check it.
well, I know I haven't gotten it on mine because I checked that yesterday. Oh, and if you're wondering why that one character is named Natalie, it's one of the names in my book. She's the one that got married to Romeo earlier. When I was telling you about stuff.
About to run out of energy again.
Not for a while. Hello. Thank you. Do your job. I am starting to think. I am starting to think that Dipstick Mike here and those AI people on the Farm Sim games are related. You know the AIs that the AI workers that go and like plow part of a field and then go off to the right just because they can.
Or crash into a tree just because.
And crash into a tree just because it's there.
It's the only tree on the map.
And he says it's the only tree on the map, but
We're not supposed to be anywhere near it.
I don't actually play that game, by the way. But I've seen it, and
It's annoying but funny. All at the same time.
and he says it's annoying but funny. I don't think I would think it was funny at all. Oh, hey, while you're here.
You want to talk to me?
No, I don't, but
Time for his thing.
hey, Mike, what can I do for you? Maui is always at your service. Well, unless I've got a thing, and I do have a lot of things. I'm helping Christoph make soap, and I thought you might have a secret ingredient that keeps your hair so shiny.
Fish oil.
What's your secret? I'd like to know. Ha, wouldn't everybody? Well, nothing will make anyone's hair look as great as mine, but they can get close. I have 2 words for you. Coconut oil. You're welcome.
Thanks, kid. Ooh, look. It's my fishhook constellation.
It's carrot time. I was gonna say I don't remember where I put the carrot and the coconuts, but yeah, I do. I meant the coconut trees. That was rude. I went to get more and it wouldn't let me. You know, there's another book. It's either Lessons in Love or Test in Love. It's probably Test in Love. Where Ashley had to go to the bathroom, and, you know, all of her friends were busy in conversation with somebody. So she goes alone to the bathroom, but when she comes out, she sees the new boy. He's a biker guy, you know, jeans, leather jacket, white t-shirt. And he walks up to Ashley and says, "Hey, you're going out with me tonight, right?" And she's like, "No, I've got a boyfriend." Well, Sean and I don't think Sean and Ashley were dating at that point, though. Anyway, she looks over at Sean like, you know, the date's with her. Well, they're not supposed to be dating because, you know, her dad doesn't want any pirates dating her daughter. His daughter. Yeah.
Her daughter.
Verbally, I get the genders wrong, but in the book, I typically get it right. I'm going to stick with typically because every once in a while I get it wrong. Anyway, he doesn't want any pirates dating his daughter. So even though Sean realizes he's definitely interested, he wants to date Ashley, he's afraid of Hayden. And even though Hayden's 40 to 50 years old at that point, he's afraid that he's going to lose the sword fight. So, dang, you think I harvested enough carrots?
Never.
Anyway, so while Sean's watching... No, wait, they were kissing. So, yeah, that had to be... that had to been after they, you know, started dating. Anyway, so while Sean's watching, he's deep in he was deep in conversation with Sam Crenshaw. You know, they're still interested in talking to each other, but Sean's got his eye on Ashley. Well, the bathroom door anyway. So he watches her come out and he watches her talk to the new guy. And then he sees the new guy shove Ashley against the locker. He's very angry. And he's got her by the throat. So Sean jumps into action. And Jesse ends up actually fighting the new guy because, you know, Ashley got hurt. Because Sean has to rush her to the nurse. Well, the nurse, you know, is taking painstaking care to, you know, be as slow as possible. And she goes, oh, just take her home and she'll be fine tomorrow morning. Well, then Sean notices that she's turning blue. He goes, Blue is not fine. He calls home and, explains what happened to their doctor, Alan, and Alan says, bring her home. It might be a displaced lung. It's not common, but, that might be what it is. So, Sean ends up taking her home, and he's being totally impatient with Alan, about the lung getting fixed and all that. But finally, why is there a gap over there?
I don't know. You missed a spot?
I don't know.
I just said I don't know.
Anyway, so he ends up taking her home, and he's being totally impatient, because he wants her all better now, and he wants her to live and all that. Ew, excuse me. So, finally, William gets called to the school to come pick up Jesse and some of the other boys because because they were fighting with the guy, because he said that Ashley deserved what she got, the being thrown up against the locker and his hands at her throat and all that. He said that she got what she deserved. Well, Jesse didn't like that, so he hit him even harder. Well, some of their friends joined in too. So, okay. William gets called to the school to pick them all up, and he does. And most of them lived at the mansion, but I want to say Nate, Brittany's boyfriend, was there too. Not entirely sure. But anyway, whoever I put in there, because I had Romeo in there, but Romeo is 2 years older than Sean, or possibly 3 years older, or even 1 year older, but anyway, whatever. He's out of school already, so that wouldn't work. So I ended up having to change him to somebody else. But whoever it is, it ends up that that Jesse, Sam, and that person are left there when they're all there when William shows up, but he goes and takes all except for those 3 boys home and tells them that they have to sit in the living room until their parent comes and gets them. And when they get there, Sean is, running down the hall, super happy. Ashley's going to be fine. So, he tells them that, and then he hurries back to the infirmary, and he's doing cartwheels and that in-air somersault thing and stuff like that, and cartwheels all the way down the hall to get out his nervous energy. And then William returns, and it turns out Jesse's in handcuffs, Sam's in handcuffs. Well, at least Jesse is. I don't know about the other 2. I think they are there, though. Anyway, all 3 boys are in handcuffs, and the other boy, it has, internal bleeding, and they need to get him to the hospital, but they gotta take him to they gotta take him to jail because, he was fighting too. Anyway, you'll have to read the book to find out exactly what happens. Let's see here, what else happens? Oh, so, okay. In one of my books, Sean and Ashley gets married. Well, the book after that, a whole bunch of people get married, but that's not the point. Sean receives in the book after that, Sean receives a letter in the mail. Well, several letters in the mail. And it turns out that they're pictures of the kids that he was forced to make on Esperanza's, not Esperanza's, but the Amazon island, which I haven't told you about because I didn't want you to know that it was an Amazon island. I want you to read the book.
You mentioned the Amazons earlier.
But, anyway, so what was I telling them about?
Look after the
Oh, yeah, okay. So he opens up all of his letters and he looks at every single picture, and they're all labeled, Coral 1 month, Coral 2 months, stuff like that. Yes, I named his daughter Coral after my cat. Of course, there's a lady named Coral in the movie Cocktail. Anyway, so shortly after he's done looking at all the pictures, Jonah walks into the room and tells Sean that there's something he needs to see. He walks up to him and says, "I just got the newspaper." And Sean's like, "Well, what does that have to do with me?" And he says, "There's something that you need to see." Well, it turns out that when Jonah opened the door to get the newspapers, because they get several different newspapers. They get, the London newspaper. I think it's called the London Times. But I didn't actually put the name of the newspaper into the book. I just put that it was a London newspaper. And there was a mention that they get the Hong Kong newspaper. And at least William gets the Russian newspaper. Anyway, so Jonah was gonna go get the newspapers, and there was a basket on the front porch. And so Jonah looked inside and found a note, and it turns out that the basket is for Sean. And it turns out that there's a baby inside. And you'll have to read the book to find out what happens. So, another part of that book, Holly goes up to Noah's room, and she's a little worried because, that time of the month was supposed to show up. Well, it turns out that it didn't. And so Noah and Holly just, after Holly gets him awake enough to be able to tell him the news, um, um, they devise a plan to get to the infirmary so they can find out if it's something bad or if it's something good. So they get there and they find out that they're pregnant with their son. Well, they don't know that it's a son yet. They'll find out later. So they end up going to the probably LA airport. I just said the airport. But anyway, and then they go down to Anaheim. Well, when they're in the airport, Holly and an ex-girlfriend of Noah's have a fight, but then they get kicked out of the airport. So they explained that they were going back by way of San Francisco, so it wasn't going to be a big problem. They weren't going to be returning. So anyway, then they go down to Anaheim, and while they're in Disneyland, I didn't actually put that it was Disneyland. I just said it was an amusement park in Anaheim. Anyway, so while they're in Disneyland, they're on the double-decker bus, and they're riding it from the train station to by the castle, and they call Alan to find out what their baby is. Well, Alan tells them it's a boy, and Noah goes, "It's a boy!" Well, most of the people are like really, really startled, but the people that were like closer to him, they kind of knew what was going on, so they didn't get startled. And then another wedding in that one. The doctor's, Dr. Allen. That's his first name, not his last name. His last name is Granger. So anyway, Paige, Ellen's daughter, she really wants to go out on a kissing date with her boyfriend. But he doesn't want her to, he doesn't want to go on a kissing date with her because he thinks that they'll end up doing more than just kissing. So, she wants him to take her to the lake. And he thinks that she's going to charm him into more interesting ideas. So he doesn't want to go there. And Alan's happy about that. So she goes, "Daddy, I want to get married, and I want to get married now." So Alan tells her, "Okay, go get on your dress and everything," and wow, 4 more pieces and we've got that one. It's the scene from Little Mermaid, Kiss the Girl. So, what's his name? I'll think of it. Hold on. Oliver. That's his name. Oliver. So Oliver gets his suit and tie on. And, of course, his nice shoes and everything. And they gather in the living room. And then Alan walks her in. I'm pretty sure there was wedding music. And they get married. Well, after the reception, Oliver announces that they're going to have their honeymoon in South Lake Tahoe because his grandparents left him a cabin there. And then they decide that they need to go to the honeymoon suite, which is Paige's bedroom. Okay, can't do that. Anyway, which is Paige's bedroom. And so they go and start kissing and, you know. Anyway, so we're going to finish this, and then we're going to check on that, and I think we're going to be done. Like I said, why not? Thank you. Okay. That was thank you, by the way. Oh, wait. First of all, we're going to save it. Second of all, okay, that shows 4,500 vegetables harvested. Oh, and so is that. Yes!
Now you just gotta finish it.
Okay, so now I just have to do that on my file and on Natalie's, and it'll be all good. Okay. So we're going to leave the video here. I'm probably going to break this up into, let's see here,
6 pieces?
11 pieces. Because, so there's 5.5 hours, and each hour would be broken up at least into a half an hour each. So, this will be a lesson of how to do this mission. And yeah, so we're going to leave the video here. I hope you're having a great day. Know that you are enough. Know that there's no problem you cannot solve or handle. Please buy my books. And I'll see you in the next video.